Exciting, thrilling, awesome. Let's take a look.
What's up, Met fans? Welcome back to Talking Mets at Rob. Blackout Friday at Citi Field. Game 1 of the Wildcard Series. Mets, Padres. Game 1, Citi Field. At night on a Friday night. Nothing better than that. There is playoff baseball back in Queens, baby. And that's all we want as Met fans is to make the playoffs, and anything can happen. So welcome to the channel, guys. An hour pregame before the 8:07 start on ESPN. So get hyped, get pumped, all that crap that we had to deal with during the season, and especially late in September. Let that go. Throw it to the side. It's a new series, new season, playoff baseball. Everybody starts 0-0, and that's what we got to look at. We're going to go through the pitching matchup. We're going to go through the lineup, a little bit of roster construction that we found out about, a couple of surprises that made the roster, and what was the reasons for that, and we'll get all into that. But before we get started with everything else, don't forget, guys, to hit on that like button. It's crucial. Hitting on that like button gets this stream at the top of everybody's list that is looking for this type of product and stream. So another thing before that, what do we got to do? Hit on that like button, number one. Number two, you can't have playoff baseball in Queens on this channel without me doing a giveaway. How are we going to do that giveaway? Well, you got to listen up, guys, and pay attention. It's coming on your screen right now. If you give a $5 donation to the channel, do a super chat, super sticker, however you want to do it, a thanks, whatever you got to do it, you get $5, donate to the channel, and it enters for you to win a chance to win a mystery box that is worth $100. So you can get as many entries as you want. Again, $5 intervals. If you want 5 entries, 5 times 5, 25. So you get $25. So however you want to do it, every time somebody puts a donation of $5 or more, or $5, just $5. Don't have to be more than that. $5, you automatically, I'm going to write down the names. I got my handy dandy notebook and names. And every time you donate $5, you can do it 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, 1 time. I'll put it down next to your name, how many times you have an entry. And by Sunday, I will randomly select the winner, and then I will let you know by a comment or any way that I'll find out. I'll make sure I have the names on the list, and we'll go from there. And if you win, I'll notify you. No, don't worry about shipping, anything like that. The $5 donation is just to help this channel moving along throughout the month of October, November, December, when there's a lack of streams. You know, there might be streams throughout the entire month. We don't know. But as you know, November and December, besides Hot Stove, there's not a lot going on with the channel. So you lose views, people lose interest for a couple of months, and that's how it's the slow months of the channel. So to help the channel go along and to make it better and more pleasing and more interactive and everything like that, getting the channel going is the most important thing. So it's going to stay on your screen throughout the entire pregame, and then I'll say it throughout the game as well. So a $5 donation enters you for a chance to win a giveaway mystery box worth $100. It might even be more. I got a whole bunch of crap. I'm not going to call it crap. A whole bunch of stuff that I have that I don't have room for, and it'll come to you. You know, it can be koozies, it can be water bottles, it can be City Field dirt that you get in jars. I got bobbleheads, I got hats, I got shirts that I never wore that is going, towels, rally towels, all that stuff and everything like that. So it's going to be worth at least $100. So if you spend $5, it's not too much to give. If you win, well, you get stuff that you probably wouldn't get otherwise. I know a lot of people don't get a chance to go to City Field during the year. You know, they might be across the country. They got to work. They got a lot of things to do. They can't get to City Field. I try to get things at City Field that is only seen at City Field. You can't get on the website or anything like that. I try to make sure I put that in the mystery box. Grant what I sent to his bar, all types of koozies and bobbleheads and stickers, channel stickers, all types of stuff that he can put around his bar or whatever you wanted to do with it. So the home run apple mug that I don't know where the hell I put it. I don't know if you guys seen it, but it looks like this. Subscriber won it about 2 weeks ago. So there's a whole bunch of things that I got that I have extra of, and I will give it to you. I got beer bottles, and I got so much crap. I got so much crap that I want you to have fun with. So once again, guys, $5 donation to the channel enters for you the chance to get a giveaway box that will be sent to you at no cost to you, and it will be worth at least $100. So that's a pretty good deal in my opinion. And if you like my stuff, if you just can't spend $100 or anything like that, you don't have to, right? This is me giving back to you guys for supporting me throughout the entire year. This year has been amazing for the channel. Over 1,900 subscribers in this year alone. And that was from the lockout, most of you guys, during live streams, during games, hot stoves, trade deadlines. So it's not even just Met fans, it's baseball fans across the country and beyond that have subscribed to the channel and keep on coming back for more fun times and hopefully a fun October. Hopefully it's not only 2 or 3 days for us. Hopefully it's longer. Again, it's baseball, so anything can happen. So with that said, let's get into the most important thing, right? All right, Alien, there you go. Give me 1 second. Let me just write it down. All righty, there we go. Alien. So I'm gonna round that off to $10. So you get two up. You get two in there because I'm not greedy, guys. I am not greedy. All right. All righty. All righty, there you go. 2 entries for Alien. And again, don't worry. I will contact you through a comment or anything like that. So right now, Alien, you got 2 entries, so that's $10 right there. For the channel, there you go. No, I'm gonna round off. I'm not a greedy SOB. All right. I'm not gonna hunt you down for a. I don't have to go to Mars to find your ass. All right, to get you a penny. All right, that's the way it's going to go. All right. $9.99 in Alien Talk is $10. Let's be honest. Inflation. Let's call it that way, right? So, all right, Alien, the first one to throw up the donation. 2 entries already. So you're in. Hey, again, if the Alien's the only one that sends it, I guess he wins, right? So once again, it's throughout the entire stream, so don't worry about it. You're gonna miss it throughout the game. Again, if you can't do it, don't worry. There will be giveaways throughout the months as well. If you can't do it, MTA Prodigy. All right, there we go. That's 1 entry for you. There we go. Thank you for the kind words, MTA Prodigy, and thank you for being a channel member as well. That's also really cool. And just so you know, guys, channel members, you also get an extra entry no matter what. Okay, so you guys are already, if you donate to the channel today, you will also get an extra entry. So I'm adding you on 1 more, so you get 2 entries. It's only fair you guys pay a monthly subscription to get the opportunity to get better deals, right? Of course. So again, across the Sensei, no problem, buddy. It is what it is. You listen. That's your choice. That's your opinion. That's the most important thing. So far we got Alien. Give me a second. Alien with $9.99. Again, rounding off to $10. 2 entries. MTA Prodigy is $4.95. Got the 1 entry, but because he's a member, he gets a 2nd entry as well. I think that's only fair to do since they pay monthly to be a member, so they should get that right to do so. So there we go right there. So far, so good. Sean, thank you so much. And once again, guys, it will be throughout the entire stream, not just pregame. So do what you got to do. And again, if I miss it, if it pops up during the game or something like that and I miss it, please let me know. I don't want to forget anybody, and I'll feel bad if I do, because then I would have to send you something if I feel bad. So I do appreciate it, guys. So Alien, you got 2 entries. MTA, because you're a member, you get 2 entries. And again, every time you add an extra $5, you get another entry. So on top of that, if you're a member. So if you donate again, you get 1 entry plus a member entry. So it's 4 instead of the 2 by just donating twice. Just so you know, members, if you want to do that. Alrighty. So once again, thank you to Alien. Thank you to MTA Prodigy. And yes, we're going to talk about the lineup in a little bit. We got about 50 minutes until game time. So we have time to bullshit our way through an hour and talk about whatever we want to talk about. Enjoy this, guys. You got to enjoy it. You know, I know we were miserable the last week because of the division. It sucked. But you know what? For a Mets team, this is the 10th time in their team history in 60 years making the playoffs, right? I said this in the Mets playoff preview. 9 Oh, 8 out of 9 years, because this is the 10th year. We don't know how the outcome's going to be. 8 out of 9 years, the Mets in the playoffs have gone to the NLCS or beyond. So that means they made the NLCS or won the NLCS or made the World Series, either winning it or just making it. So that's 8 out of the 9 years they made the playoffs, and then this year is still to be determined. So when the Mets make the playoffs, they usually make a run. So I think that people like to talk about history with the Mets, especially non-Mets fans who like to throw our bad history in our faces. Well, I threw them some good history, right? When the Mets make the playoffs, they usually do some damage and they make a run. Again, that's not saying that history is going to repeat itself. We don't know, right? The same reason why the Padres have struggled when they make the playoffs to advance and to get further in the playoffs. That can change this year, right? Last year, they didn't make the playoffs. They had a lot of clubhouse issues. But we know, and I said this in the playoff preview, if you didn't tune in yesterday, I'll say it again. The Mets and the Padres offensively have struggled as a team scoring runs in the month of September. The Mets and the Padres have stumbled to the finish line offensively. Both of these teams, with the Mets, especially in September, their pitching for the most part was the one that helped them win a certain amount of games in September. Not a lot, because the offense did basically nothing in September. The same thing with the Padres, except for Juan Soto heating up a little bit. There's not a lot of guys on the Padres that were scorching hot like they were earlier in the season. So both teams offensively have been struggling in the month of September. And if I'm not mistaken, there was a stat, I believe both teams scored a little under 3 runs per game in the month of September. So that can all change in the playoffs. It might be 5 runs per game for each team. You just never know. But these teams are built on pitching, especially starting pitching. And I want to talk about the roster a little bit. Some people are pissed off that Ruff is on the postseason roster. They didn't bring Naquin in there. And a lot of people are upset about that as well, because right now, the only bench player that is a lefty that's on the bench is Luis Guillorme. It's fully loaded with right-handers on the bench. So people are like, why would you do that? Well, guess what? The San Diego Padres have 4 left-handed relievers. Obviously, one is Hader, and the other 3 are sprouted. There's a long reliever, lefty, and 2 other lefties that can pitch in the middle or late in the game as well. So there you go. That's the reason why Ruff, that's why it's right-handed dominant. And people are going to talk about Marte batting 6. We'll get into that in a little bit as well. Hayden, how you doing, buddy? So once again, guys, don't forget to hit on that like button. We got 72 in the chat right in the stream right now. I'm expecting a big turnout today, so it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be nerve-wracking at times. It's going to be a little crazy. Bobby, I just got it. Bobby Bueller. All right, Bobby. So, Bobby, if you just heard, if you all remember, which you are, you get 2 entries right there, and you're going to get an extra entry because you're a member. So that's 3 entries for Bobby. So with that said, guys, we got 3 so far. We got Alien with 2 entries, MTA Prodigy with 2, Bobby Bueller with 3 entries. So, again, by Sunday, I'll do a drawing, and whoever wins, I'll send the mystery box. Again, it's going to be a ton of stuff. I can guarantee you it's going to be at least 100. Who knows if it'll be more? Again, I just throw stuff in the mystery box. Just ask Grant. I mean, it wasn't a heavy box, but there was a ton of crap in it. A ton of stuff that's all Mets related. So, well, Andrew, I made a business decision, so to speak, because I have tickets. I have season tickets, 2 tickets throughout the season, and I bought a strip. But for me, again, this is one of my hobbies, and it's turning slowly into a business. And I thought it would be smart for game 1 to stream. And I wanted to be with you guys during this. I'm not even going to lie about that. It's not being, selfish. It's not being petty or anything like that. I wanted to have fun with you guys in game 1. I'm going to the game tomorrow, so there's no stream tomorrow. Sunday, I might go to the game. I might stream. I don't know yet. So it's just a matter of just wanting to do this because this is the first time my channel is up and running and doing well because of you guys. and the first time the Mets make the playoffs since this channel has been in existence. So I think it was important, not just for me, but for you guys to hang out with you guys. Again, we're gonna get a lot of other fans in there. We might get Padre fans, you might get Dodger fans, Yankee fans, Philly fans, Brave fans. I don't care. It is what it is, but I thought it was important just to have fun with you guys. Again, we can be miserable tonight, right? But we all can be very excited. And I wanted to experience that with you guys. Again, I've gone to enough games. I know playoffs are a different breed, but I am going to a playoff game, so it's not the end of the world there. So I just wanted to make sure that it would be cool to hang out with you guys. And once again, these might be the only 2 or 3 games left in our season. We don't know. So it would be really annoying if I went to the game 1 and game 2, and the Mets tend to lose and lose 2 straight, and then I don't do another stream for a game the rest of the year. I think that would suck not for me, just for me, but for you guys as well. Because all we have to do is post apocalypse for the Mets, right? That's what we talk about. And I don't want it to end that way. You guys deserve to hang out with me. I deserve you guys to hang out with me. I appreciate it because it's fun. And I think it's a good idea, and I think it's smart. So that's why I wanted to do it. So again, I sold my tickets for double the market value. Yeah, well, we are wearing black tonight. That's why I'm going all black tonight. Behind got the Met shirt, black shirt. I got the McNeil Flying Squirrel shirt. I got the 7-line hoodie that says Mets fans have more fun. And of course the Scherzer jersey right here behind me as well. Kimchi, how you doing, buddy? So once again, guys, it's going to be fun. It's going to be nerve-wracking. It's going to be exciting. But make sure, once again, if you want to donate to the channel, you go and get into an entry to win a win a giveaway. That is a mystery box, a ton of Met stuff that is worth at least $100, maybe more. Who knows? Again, I'm not gonna count every penny. Like, oh, this is $8, this is $9. No, I'm just gonna throw some stuff in there, wrap it up, send it to you. I guess I will get your information at some point. I'm gonna do it the best I can to get it by Monday. Again, for all we know, Monday the Mets might be out of it, but at least you're getting some Met stuff because of it. So, Ken, no, listen. I don't got like 100,000 subscribers or something like that. Maybe that would have happened. Orange and blue Lambo. No, I'm just joking. Somebody might believe me, and then they'll hold me to it and say I'm a liar. So once again, guys, it's 7:18. We got a little bit, about 45 minutes to go or so before game time. Again, they're talking right now on SNY for the pregame about David Peterson and Tyler McGill making the roster. I was not surprised by that, but I am surprised that Taijuan Walker or Carlos Carrasco is not on the roster, only because the Mets are, God forbid, of Scherzer or DeGrom or Bassett, whoever is going to be pitching in these 2, possibly 3 games. If the possibility that they struggle or they play well or they pitch well, but their pitch count is up and they're out in the 5th inning, what are you going to do? Now, are you going to throw your bullpen arms in there, or you want to throw a long reliever? We'll see. And I'm very surprised, Sean. I got you. All right, Sean. All right, that's 2 in there for you because you are a member as well. So you get 2 entries. So Alien, MTA Prodigy, Bobby Bueller, and Sean Zarnecki got multiple entries into the drawing for the giveaway mystery box. And once again, guys, it's going to be a ton of stuff. I can't even say what's going to be in it. It's just going to be a ton of stuff. Just expect that. Again, I'm going to the game tomorrow, so I'm going to pick up some postseason stuff that will be in that mystery box as well. So it's not just going to be, random stuff. It might be a cup. It might be it might be one of these. You never know. I know I have an extra one somewhere lying around that's in a box. So again, there's going to be a ton of stuff. I got to get rid of stuff. Why not give it to somebody who might want it, right? Yeah, Alien, if I had time for a Cowboys channel, I would. But I barely have time for this channel with my work. It would be nearly impossible. Even though football games would be a lot easier to do during the day, in the afternoon, on Sundays or Monday or Thursday sometimes. But it'll be hard. Yeah, you know what, Sean? You know what? Don't get me wrong. I had to think about it for a second, but I was spelling it on the paper, and I'm like Zarnecki. So I'm glad I got it right. That's the most important thing. Yeah, Marco, the standing room only was probably. I don't know if they do standing room only. I think I seen it on third party apps, but you could probably get it. Like when I sold my ticket face value was $121 for each seat, that the two seats I have. I got double it. So do the math. I did what was it, $240 per. So how can I pass that up, right? And again, I get to hang out with you guys for the first game of the series, which is fun. For the Blackout Friday, that's fun. So why not, right? So once again, guys, $5 donation enters you for a chance to win a giveaway mystery box worth $100 or more, and it's going to be fun. Again, I'm gonna pick the winner on Sunday. So again, I might get, when we go to the game, I believe they give him postseason rally towels. I'll do that as well. We'll see how that works out. Again, I'm gonna get a lot of postseason stuff tomorrow, so some of that stuff will be yours if you win the mystery box. So I know some people don't live in New York and can't go to the games, and that probably hurts deep in your soul, but at least you get to watch it, and hopefully you get some stuff if you do win. So it's throughout the entire stream. So only today, $5 donation or more. If you want to get 5 entries, $25. You want to get 2 entries, $10. If you're a member, you get an extra entry for what you do. So if you give me $10, the donation to the channel, $10, you get 2 entries plus being a member is 3 entries. So that's how we're doing it right now. So be pumped, be ready. Let's go. We're gonna start right now, going through the lineup, and we're going to go through the pitching matchup. So here we go, guys. Once again, guys, send the donations to the channel if you want to get entered to win the giveaway, and we'll go from there. But let's go to the important stuff right now. Let me just share my screen. Alrighty. Give me a second. Let's get everything going here. All right. I'm going to take off the banner for a second so everybody can see. All right, so there you go. So as you know, the game is on ESPN at 8:07. Game 1, first pitch 8:07. I'm assuming if the name, I don't know if they're doing the calling out the names of the players or everything like that. I was out and about all day, so I didn't really get a chance to watch a lot of the baseball games. I don't know if they did the guys running out onto the field and announcing the names and the teams. If they do that, I'll bring that to you and shut my mouth. You can listen to it over the stream. But I could be wrong about that. So San Diego got Yu Darvish on the mound with his 16-8 record with 3.10 ERA, 197 strikeouts. He is 5-0 against the Mets in his career and has a low 2 ERA. A little over 2 ERA against the Mets in five career wins against the Mets. He's undefeated. And of course, Max Scherzer, 11-5, 2.29 ERA, 173 strikeouts. He is the guy you want in game 1. He is the bulldog. He is the guy that can start everything in a good way and just get everybody confident. The Mets win this game tonight. Met fans are going to go into tomorrow. I'm going to be going to the game pumped up because we can clinch and go into the NLDS against the Dodgers, and that will be fun. So it'll be a party atmosphere at Citi Field if we win tonight. If we lose tonight, Jacob deGrom will be on the mound in an elimination game, and you're going to hear the subdued, quiet nervousness of Met fans. You're going to be pumped up, but you're going to be nervous. But we got to get through this game first. So, again, we're going to go through the lineup for the Mets right now, and then we will go to the lineup for oh boy. So they didn't put up the lineups yet? What the hell is going on here? All right, hold on one second, guys, because game day is just annoying. I got to refresh it. So I got it right here in my handy-dandy notebook. So I'm sorry if anybody left any more giveaways. All right. Good. I see it, guys. Don't worry. I promise. All right. Mike Mini, I got you. Mike Mini. One entry, right? One entry. All right, cool. Gotcha, Mike. All right, so I just wanted to show this thing. For some reason, they didn't put the lineup up yet, and that kind of annoyed me. All right, there we go. Look at that. All right, now we got the lineups going. All right, guys. So let's get through the Mets lineup for Game 1 of the Wild Card. Game 1 on October 7th on a Friday night, Blackout Friday. Brandon Nimmo leading off, playing center field. Francisco Lindor, shortstop, batting second. Jeff McNeil batting third, playing second base. Pete Alonso in the cleanup spot, playing first base. Daniel Vogelback DH and batting fifth. Starlin Marte on that postseason roster, batting sixth in right field. And I'll get into that, why he's batting sixth in a little bit. Mark Hanna, left field, batting seventh. Eduardo Escobar, third base, batting eighth. And Tomasino batting ninth and catching. Look how much the lineup extends and gets longer and deeper when Marte is in the lineup. It just makes 1 through 8 look scary. And it's a lot better than without Marte, with the Naquins of the world and McCanns of the world. It just doesn't look good. It looks nice right now. So before I get to the Padres lineup, why Marte is batting sixth. The reason Buck gave, and I agree with him, there's no way of knowing how Starlin Marte is going to feel going through the game, throughout the game, right? If he's having a hard time throwing the ball, gripping the bat, and he just doesn't feel right, you don't want Marte in the 2-hole, and now you put a bench player in the number 2 spot in a crucial part of the lineup. So batting him sixth, you can maneuver it around where, all right, Marte can't play. All right, let's go with somebody else in right field. McNeil will go to right field. Guillorme would be at second base, and now Guillorme would be batting sixth instead of batting second. So that's the whole idea of why Marte. If Marte gets through this game well, everything's fine. He's going to be dealing with pain, as they said. But if he can get through it with flying colors, he'll be batting second tomorrow. But I think they don't want to take the chance of hurting the early part of the lineup early in the game if Marte can't get through the entire game. So that's why he's batting sixth. So let's get to the Padres now. Jurickson Profar, left field, batting first. Juan Soto, right field, batting second. Manny Machado, third base, batting third. Josh Bell cleaning up, playing DH. Jake Cronenworth, second base, batting fifth. Will Myers, first base, batting sixth. Hae-Sung Kim, shortstop, batting seventh. I probably screwed up that name, but that's okay. Trent Grissom, center field, batting eighth. And Austin Nola catching, batting ninth. That is your lineup for the San Diego Padres. And once again, the pitching matchup, Darvish, Scherzer, Game 1, Wild Card Series. All right, guys. So let me see the comments that were probably flying all over the place. I apologize if I missed a lot of you guys. All righty, there we go. All right, so let's go back to this thing over here. Let me just change it up once again. All right, guys. So there we go. So I'm sorry if I missed you. Marte is not DH and he's playing right field. Yeah, James, I said this. I said to everybody, the Phillies are going to be a tough out. The reason why is because of the fact. Oh yeah, okay. Somebody was trying to figure out where you look on the phone. I have no idea. Roberto, I honestly don't know. When I look at the stream on my phone, it shows the way I see it, not the way you guys see it. Sometimes it does. I think somebody said it. Let's see. Sean, Roberto, of your phone, it's the $ where you type. That's all you got to know, Roberto. There you go. So let me leave that up there for you so you have an idea. So if you missed it. Yep, the game is on ESPN. All the games today were on ESPN or Channel 7, whatever the Disney network. So that's where we are right now. So we got about a half hour until game time. So we talked about the lineup. We talked about the pitching matchup. So whatever you guys want to talk about now, we can talk about, and just so you guys know, 2 out of the 3 road teams won today. The Phillies won and the Mariners won. The only home team that won was the Guardians. So 2-1 for the road teams in the wild card round so far. And hopefully the Mets make it 2-2 instead of 3-1 for road teams. So let's hope that happens. And again, we know the keys of the game for the New York Mets. The way they won baseball games all year. They're not going to – look, the Padres are not a big home run hitting team. All right? They're not the Braves. They're not the Yankees home run hitting power. They're not the Astros. They are a team similar to the Mets. Yeah, they got some guys that have pop. But they're more of a gap-to-gap hitting team. A lot of doubles, a lot of singles. They get productive outs. That's how they score runs. That's why they struggle to score runs, just like the Mets. Because, I mean, even though in September, the Mets had the most home runs in September than any other month. And they had, 2 games over 500 to end the month of September? So that's about it. So, well, James, Marte and DH role, it doesn't really make sense at the moment because of the fact that hitting is more of a concern than throwing the ball at this point. At least that's what Marte said when they spoke to him. So it's gripping the bat, swinging the bat, and holding on to the bat. That's the harder part. So that's why he's batting 6th. He don't have a problem throwing the ball, according to him, when they spoke to him. So throwing the ball is not the issue. He's very good defensively, so you have to put him in right field. You can't put McNeil, even though he's good, Marte is better. And you don't want to hurt your defense, even though McNeil, you're not necessarily downgrading, but there's no mistake about it. Marte's really damn good. So we will see. So should I do a prediction for the game or should I wait? Because I got that nervous feeling, that excited nervous feeling. I'm ready to go, but I'm nervous, right? So they're showing Yu Darvish versus the Mets this season in 2 games. 2-0, 0.64 ERA. That's insane. That's how good he's been. Again, the worst thing with Yu Darvish, he's got that heavy sinker. If the Mets can lay off that sinker, because he doesn't throw that sinker for strikes a lot, he usually throws it low in the zone and it drops out of the strike zone. If they can lay off that pitch, the rest of his pitches, his sliders, his curveball, and his fastball, he likes to throw for strikes. Those are going to be up in the zone. So if he gets frustrated, you foul off the pitches, you work the count, you increase his pitch count, work that pitch count, the Mets are going to have a lot of success. And I think that's what they have to do against Yu Darvish. Again, don't be surprised if the Mets strike out a decent amount of times, but they do have to worry about that nasty, slow curveball and that heavy sinker. If he has that working, it's going to be a rough day for the Mets. But the Mets can also, they know Scherzer is going to pitch well. They're going to keep him in the ballgame. And that's what you have to do and against Yu Darvish. Don't fish for that sinker. He's not going to throw that sinker for a strike. He's going to throw that sinker knee high and let it drop out of the zone. If you let go of that pitch and you don't attempt at it or try to swing at it, let him come up in the zone. When he gets caught up in the zone, he's hittable. And when he's hittable, you see the damage he can do. I was watching a game in August because he was really good in September. But in August, I forgot who was it. Was it against the Rockies in San Diego? He couldn't – nobody was swinging at that sinker that was falling out of the zone. All his pitches, his curveball, his slider, his fastball, his changeup, all those pitches he likes to throw for strikes. So they were in around the zone of home plate, and he got rocked. So laying off that sinker knee high that's going to drop out of the zone is key for the Mets. The Mets, especially Alonso, especially certain players, they like to go fishing. And what they have to do, do not try to have a launch angle type of swing at that sinker. Because if you do, you're going to hit a ground ball. He's a ground ball machine. So don't try to overswing. Don't try to do this launch angle crap against that sinker because you're grounding out to the infielders. Line drives, hitting the ball the other way, they're going to shift. The key in this series, you got to take advantage of this shift in this series, especially a Mets team that is not based on power. Again, they can hit 4 home runs in this game, but who knows, right? All right, let me just remove this for 1 second. And all right, guys, so once again, if you're just tuning in, if you give a $5 donation to the channel, you will be entered into a free giveaway, or a giveaway mystery box worth $100 or more. So again, if you donate $5, and if you want to enter 5 times, you donate $25. That's how it works today throughout the entire stream. So throughout game 1 of the stream, until the last second stream ends, you have a chance to win a mystery box worth $100 of Mets gear. Jonathan, I know you love Mets gear, and I'd love to send it to you. So, if you're willing, yeah, Jonathan, that was a pretty good performance by the Phillies in the 9th there. It wasn't looking good until the 9th, but you know what? I said this when the matchups were finalized. I said the Phillies are a team you have to watch out for. They pitched a lot better lately. We already know about their offense. Even though their offense didn't show up until the ninth, they showed up. JK, I did not see what Mike Piazza tweeted. Again, I've been running around all day today. Eric, the donation goes to the channel. It's just to help out the channel, going through, like new graphics, new things that I can do to the channel to help out the channel. It takes a lot of time and effort. For the first year and a half, I wasn't monetized, and this was all a hobby and free, and it took a ton of work. It's not easy getting subscribers. I'm not going to lie. It's very hard getting subscribers. So, and that's the hard part. And because of you guys, I've been increasing over 1,900 subscribers during this season, and it was pretty cool. So, well, we know Wheeler is a good pitcher. We just know that. He's a really good pitcher. And look, there's no shock at all that Wheeler got the start. And that's the way I see it. So, I always said Wheeler is the ace of that staff. I don't care what anybody says. There were some Philly fans, even Jonathan at some point, I think, talked about Nola being the ace. Nola's good, but Wheeler, when he's on, he can be one of the best pitchers in baseball. It's just that simple. Yeah, I guess so, Jonathan. Unfortunately, he was hurt, right? That wasn't the Mets' fault. It was just a bad situation, right? So, guys, we're getting closer and closer until game time. So we got 30 minutes until first pitch for the game. Again, Jonathan, did they do announcing the players for the playoffs for did they do that? I don't know, because I didn't watch any of the games today because I was out and about. I got from work. I had a ton of stuff to do. I tried to get everything done today, so I didn't have to worry about it tomorrow. So did they do have okay, so they did. So okay, if I'm assuming they're gonna do it in about 10 minutes or so before the first pitch. So as soon as they take you to, I gotta put on ESPN just in case they start doing it. Once they start doing that, I will shut up and make you listen to the announcements of the players and all that fun stuff they do during the playoffs. Ryan? Oh, well, we'll see. Again, we all know the Dodgers choke in 162-game season playoffs. Every year during a long season, they tend to not do what they're supposed to do. They're always favored to win, right? They're always favored to be the best team in baseball, make the World Series, win the World Series, and only the shortened season was the time you came alive. Again, support it, win it, wear the shirts, the hat, all the championship banners you want and all that. But the Dodgers have fell short in the playoffs when they have a full season. It's just a fact, right? That's how it. And again, nobody's going to deny that the Dodgers are a beast of a team. I mean, you'd be stupid to think of that. But Jay, yes, Ruff is a part of the postseason roster. I said the reason why is because of the fact that Buck is the type of guy that trusts some veterans, and he's talked highly of Ruff. And listen, I was more of a proponent of Ruff being a Met than Vogelback, because Ruff really did have. He was the one that was just hitting lefties in his entire career. Vogelback was shaky back and forth. Ruff is the type of, you look at his numbers as lefties. He's been great his entire career. So having this issue that he's having and not playing well offensively against lefties makes no sense. But that's baseball, And again, when the Padres have 4 lefties in the bullpen, you can't stack your bench with lefty hitters. You can't throw Naquin on the roster, and then you have Guillaume on the roster, and who else knows what you had to put on the roster. So the Mets are stacking the bench with righties, and that's what they're supposed to do. So Vogelback is obviously DH, and Guillaume is the only lefty on the bench. And again, it could backfire, but that doesn't mean Ruff has to come into the game, right? We're carrying 14 position players and 12 pitchers, and 3 of them are starters. So James, he did it in Colorado. First time back. Every time he came back from either an injury or when his grandmother or his stepmother passed away, he came back to Colorado. First pitch, home run. He had great games when he comes back from an injury or from a bereavement list. So we'll see. So just waiting for the game to start. We got about 27 minutes or so until game time. Once again, guys, don't forget to hit on that like button. You know the drill. More likes means more people get the stream at the top of their list who's looking for this type of content. We are the only game. So people want to watch the game and hang out with baseball fans, enjoy, have fun, talk, and everything like that. I don't care if you're a baseball fan of a fan of another team. It doesn't really matter. Again, you're not going to – the only way that it's going to dampen my mood is if the Mets lose. Nothing, right? Sticks and stones, right? That's how we're going to do. Yeah, Ken, that's fine. But you know what? The Braves won 88 games last year and won the World Series, right? 101 wins. What do the Dodgers have? 111, and whatever Houston had, right? It really doesn't matter. You play the game the way it's supposed to be. All right, Mike, I'm adding another entry to you. Thank you so much. Let me just answer your super chat real quick. Do you think Max can go past 7 tonight if everything goes well? It all depends on pitch count, right? Even if Scherzer pitches pretty good, say 2 or 3 runs, right? It depends on his – and thank you for the donation, by the way, again. It depends on the pitch count. You know, you need him to throw 110 pitches, he's going to throw it, but it's just a matter of if it's a couple of runs or he's just pitching great. Yeah, Jay, they only need 3 starters in a rotation. It's only 3 games. Well, definitely 2, maybe 3. So, good baseball. I'm telling you, man. Look, postseason baseball, MLB playoffs now is very similar to the NHL playoffs. I'm like a broken record. I've said this 30 times already over the last month. In the NHL playoffs, it's always get into the playoffs and anything can happen, right? The St. Louis Blues were one of the worst teams in the first half of the season, got really hot, made the 8th seed in the playoffs in the Western Conference, and won the Stanley Cup. All you got to do in baseball now is just make the playoffs. Don't listen to anybody, the Mets blew the division. We all know that. But you know what? Do you think the Phillies care that it took them the last week of the season to make sure they were in the playoffs and hold off the Brewers? Do you think they care today after what they did to the Cardinals? No. Nobody cares about that anymore. Right? It's the same thing that goes for the Guardians who won their division but had to play in a wildcard round against the Rays. They don't care about that. The same thing goes for the Mariners who are facing the Blue Jays at home and the Mariners kick their ass. Doesn't matter. So, yes, Jakey, obviously, the road to 4K subs, I have a pretty good feeling it can happen if the Mets go on an extended streak throughout the playoffs. Maybe we'll get the 4K, and that would be a crazy milestone because I had under, 2,400, not much, in the beginning of the year when the lockout happened. So the majority of the subscribers got here during the lockout because it wasn't about what team you root for. It was about baseball fans, and that was why people enjoyed the channel during the lockout, because I gave you a platform to voice your opinion about how pissed off you were about the lockout and how players and owners did not give a damn about the fans. And I wanted to make that clear from my perspective and to give you guys the platform to talk about it as well. That was the most important thing. And again, I always try to be as non-biased as possible. Again, you can't be a baseball fan of one team and not have your bias come out every now and then. I'm a Mets fan. Sometimes my emotions get the best of me and my bias will come out. But I try to be fair. Like, I haven't said anything bad about the Padres yet. I should be destroying them because why should I even give them any credit? But that's not fair because they had a good season. They were in a division where they knew they weren't winning for at least 3 months now, probably 4. So there you go. It is what it is. And the Padres, look, I think this series with the Mets and the Padres is very balanced, right? Both teams got really good starting pitching. Offense can be a hit or miss, right? Like I told you earlier in the stream, the Mets and the Padres offensively in September, a little less than 3 runs a game in September. They struggled to score runs, both of these teams. Both teams got a little bit better offensively at the end of the year, but not much better. So that's where we are at this point. And again, you never know what's going to happen. Again, it could be a 1-0 ball game going to the 9th. I love doing this. I think it's fun. Again, I was never in my wildest dreams thinking when I started this channel, it would be, I would have, if you would have told me I would have 3,700 subscribers in a year and a half, I'd laugh. I'd probably punch you in the face because you talking nonsense. But it happened, and I appreciate it. And you guys know, if I don't say I appreciate it and say thank you to you guys on every stream, you probably get sick of hearing it sometimes. But I'm that type of person. So once again, the donation, once again, $5 entry for you for a chance to win a giveaway mystery box worth $100 or more. Again, it's all going to be Met stuff. I'm going to the game tomorrow, so I'm going to buy a bunch of postseason merchant, not really shirts and stuff like that, because I don't know who's going to win. I don't want to give you a shirt that doesn't fit or is too big or whatever. So it's going to be like, accessories, like pins, maybe like a banner, maybe like a flag, stuff like that. Maybe even a snapback hat, stuff like that. Yeah, Ilmerica, I'm not very good with shorts, but I know YouTube is really pushing it, and it usually gets it out there. Again, I'll probably start doing that during the off season. Making like quick little shorts about the postseason and stuff like that. Maybe I'll do a shorts like if the Mets get to the next round and face the Dodgers, the Seven Line's doing a watch party for road games in Playwright Irish Pub in the city. Maybe I'll do shorts with that. Increase views like that, increase subs. So we'll see. So I'll probably start doing that rather some point. Maybe I'll do it, again, I'm just that. All right, Roberto, you got it. All right, there you go. All right, Roberto, I got you. Don't worry. And it's one entry, but it's also a second entry because you're a member. Give me a second. Let me just write the name down. Even though I know you guys named the members for sure. I just don't want to miss anything. So that's 2 entries for you. Thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate that, Roberto. And also for you being a member for the amount of time you have. So once again, guys, hit on that like button. We got 20 minutes until playoff baseball first pitch in Queens. Nothing is better than that. And I got SOY on. So I just want to make sure ESPN is not showing the announcing the players and everything like that. So again, I was out and about all day today. I had my Met stuff on. I didn't even take a picture. I was so busy. I was gonna post a picture on the community page with all my Met stuff. I just forgot, and I was just running around all day. I was trying to get everything done, so I had nothing to do tonight and nothing to do tomorrow. Dylan Edge, I got you. Let's go Mets, buddy. Edge, and that's 1 entry for you. Thank you. And again, guys, don't worry that it says $4.99 or $9.99. I'm gonna round up, all right? I'm not gonna be that much of an ass, all right? All right, put it this way. I got something planned, kind of cool. If the Mets win the World Series, I got something really cool that I have planned. Again, I haven't bought it yet. I haven't exactly figured out what it's going to be, but I have a couple of things planned to do a huge giveaway if the Mets win the World Series. Again, that's a long way away. Again, I don't want to, count my chickens before they hatch, right? But I do have something pretty cool that I'm thinking of that I think, if most people might like it, maybe even all of you will. I'm not going to say it yet because I want it to come into existence before that. Yeah, Ken, especially you, Ken. You should know by now. Especially Ken. Ken, you have to spend $50 to get 1 entry. A yacht, yeah. If I'm gonna buy a yacht, I'm definitely gonna be on it. I'm gonna tell you that right now. So once again, we got Alien, MTA, Prodigy, Bobby Bueller, Sean Zanecki, Mike Minnie, Roberto, and Dylan Edge. Almost everybody has multiple entries. Dylan, you got 1 entry. Again, the stream, throughout the entire stream, you guys get the chance to just send a donation. Again, you don't have to send more than $5. 1 entry. If you want only 1 entry, that's all good. But, maybe I'll just, I was thinking of something, if the Mets win the World Series, I'll put a dollar amount on the giveaway. And whatever that dollar amount is, whatever you want, if it's 1 thing or 10 things, let me know. I'll get it, and I'll send it to you. That's how I think I was doing something, thinking something like that, or just doing something really cool. But yeah, I mean, guys, if you want a mug and then you get a Rolex, and of course, every giveaway you're gonna have channel stickers and everything like that. I'm working on patches. A lot of people are sending me emails about they would like a channel patch. I'm trying to find somewhere that does it. I want to buy in bulk. I don't want to get 10 and then 50 people ask for it. So I'm trying to. There was a problem with the freaking website that I was trying to do a shirt. I was trying to do a channel logo shirt. There you go, Jay Studs. I love it. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. So, like I said, but everybody, like the channel hoodie. Oh, they are introducing. Thank you. Where the hell did I put the? Oh, there we go. All right, there we go, guys. So listen up. They're doing the announcements.
Batting second and playing shortstop, number 12, Francisco Lindor. Batting third, the second baseman, number 1, Jeff McNeil.
Can you guys hear it?
Hitting cleanup, the first baseman, number 20, Pete Alonso. Batting fifth, the designated hitter, number 32, Daniel Vogelbach.
They definitely look black.
The right
Look great.
fielder, number 6, Stanley.
What an ovation for Marte. Love it.
Batting seventh, the left fielder, number 19, Mark Anna. Hitting eighth, the third baseman, number 10, Eduardo Escobar. Batting ninth and catching in the bullpen, number 3, Tomas Nido.
Mad Max, baby.
On the mound for your New York Mets, number 21, Max Scherzer.
Here we go, guys. There we go.
Fans, again, your New York Mets.
All right, we are less than 20 minutes away.
All right. So ESPN goes away from the national anthem, which is stupid, but whatever. That's their choice.
Read on him because he's going to get mad. Well, just 6 pitchers ever with 150.
All right, so they're not going to show everything else. All right, there you go, guys. So, again, those were the lineups there for the announcements. Again, we got about a little over 10 minutes until first pitch. So, here we go, guys. Mets, Padres, game 1. Darvish, Scherzer. Very balanced teams against each other. It's very even. I think, offense, these two teams are once again pitching. They've won their games on pitching. That's what they've done all year. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is a low-scoring game, and that's where we have to look at. Once again, guys, you guys know the drill. If you're a new subscriber, say what's up. Do not be shy. And say where you're from so I know where you're listening or watching the stream. And as always, game audio and fan reactions and my reaction with game day up. So that is the way we roll on this channel throughout the entire season. There's no reason to change it up right now. And obviously the game is on ESPN, so no more Gary, Keith, and Ron, so that kind of sucks. What do you think about Buck waiting to announce game 2 starter, pitching in 3 if necessary? Either it's a big ploy and Jacob deGrom is pitching no matter what, or it's a strategy where I'm not really behind. I think you go with your best 2 and that's it. That's the way I see it. But they don't see it that way. They see it as if we can win both games with Scherzer and Bassett, you got Jacob deGrom pitching game 1 of the NLDS against the Dodgers. You can look at it that way, or you can pitch Jacob deGrom in game 2. You win both of those games. You got Chris Bassett in game 1. You got Scherzer in game 2 and deGrom in game 3. So it would work out almost the same way, just they're going to be mixed around a little bit. You know, what you don't want is to get to game 3. Now you got to throw all 3 pitchers, and now you're going to have Taijuan Walker pitching game 1. And again, Taijuan Walker's he's that type of guy that he'll have a dominant performance out of nowhere, but you would rather have Bassett, deGrom, or Scherzer in game 1 rather than Taijuan Walker. That's just common sense. So we're just waiting for the game to start. We got about 10 minutes until game time. So again, ESPN, their freaking microphones are so. This is why national broadcasts suck, because national broadcasts, they have microphones, too many microphones in the stadium around by the fans. So now the fan reactions are great. You're gonna hear a lot of that, but the announcing of the game might be low, just like Apple TV, just like whatever product you had to deal with that you had the streaming services on. So it's always about the announcers that might be low. So again, if they're low, I'm sorry, I apologize, but I can't do much about that, right? I can put it up as much as I can, but their microphones are mostly on the field. So you're going to hear a lot of big crowd reactions or boos when things happen. So they're showing it behind the screen. The Mets are going into the dugout. The Padres are going into the dugout just after the national anthem. 10 minutes until game time. Scherzer ready to go on the mound. Blackout Friday at Citi Field. Again, I do know the Seven Line Army is wearing all orange. That's their color to go-to color at Citi Field. I know it's a blackout, but Darren of the Seven Line likes the orange. It stands out more. I like to be in unison, but that's his decision. He is the dude that runs it. So what am I supposed to do with that, right? So game 1 on ESPN says 2 minutes and 21 seconds. So just waiting to see. You see the players, a couple of players warming up on the outfield grasses on the left and right field sides. So we're just waiting for the game to start. So it's going to be fun, guys. Nerve-wracking, but fun. Once again, guys, $5 donation enters you for a chance to win a giveaway mystery box worth $100 or more. A couple of people already have done it. Alien, MTA Prodigy, Bobby Bueller, Sean Zarnecki, Mike Minnie, Roberto Denise Jr., and Dylan Edge all have donated and are in the running for the giveaway. And it's throughout the entire stream. Again, even if you already donated, if you feeling generous and want to donate some more, that's up to you. Again, no pressure. If you want to add, donate more, you get more chances to win. That is totally up to you. Again, I'm not one. I actually got yelled at by Ken why I don't X more for donations. I'm just not that type of person. I never was, and I honestly feel embarrassed sometimes asking. I know a lot of channels do. They got it all over their screen and the stream and everything like that, or super chats answered first. I'm not that type of person. I like to interact with every single person, even if I can't stand your opinions as a fan of the Phillies, Jonathan. But again, once again, it's all about having a good time. We all love the game of baseball. That's why we're all here, even if you're not a Mets fan, right? So, JL is rooting for the Padres as a Braves fan. Jonathan's pumped up because his Phillies beat the Cardinals today. There was a couple of Dodger fans that rolled in saying they'd rather have the Padres win because they're easy to beat than the Mets. There you go. All right, James, have a good day, buddy. So, again, it's not, if you don't donate, I'll block you. No, I'm not that type of person. I promise you that. Bob Melvin is god-awful manager under pressure. Well, we'll see. Again, you know what? Buck Showalter was too, right? Buck's not the only, Bob Melvin, even David Roberts had some questionable decisions during the playoffs. And we all know about Buck with Zach Britton back when he was the Orioles manager. So it is what it is. What can we do about it except either they learn from their mistakes or they don't, and they're never going to win. There's some teams that can win talent-wise. Like, I believe the Dodgers can win despite of Dave Roberts. that's just my opinion, right? The Astros, the same thing. They can win despite their manager, right? Who also has not won. So there's a lot of managers in this playoffs that in years past playoffs, they had questionable decisions and cost their teams playoff games. That goes for the Rays. That goes for the Dave Roberts. Besides the 2020 season, a couple times. We know about Buck with Britton. We know about Bob Melvin. It's on and on. Jonathan, no, I actually have to work tomorrow. So tonight, actually. So no drinking for me. I honestly, I'm trying to stay up because I got no sleep, basically. I'm running on soda and Snapple. It's not good. It's not a good choice, but it is what it is. And I'm excited. I'm not even tired, to be honest with you. I've been pumped up all day. I've been rocking my Mets gear all day. I saw people wearing Mets hats and jerseys all day. Some of you might know I took the sanitation test for the state of New York today, and there was like 7 people with Mets jerseys on, and we were talking before the test and everything like that. So, yeah. So, one beer, maybe, Yep, Ken already said he had to go on a vodka run this morning, so he's already full of vodka already, and he's already refilling. So Ken's going to be plastered by the time the 7th or 8th inning comes, probably. Well, in the playoffs, James, a rivalry is really insane. But when you face an NLE, if you face a team in your division in the playoffs, there's always a rivalry going on. So, once again, guys, I'm going to roll this out of the screen, the donation thing. I'll put it up every now and then. So, again, $5 donation gives you a chance to win a giveaway. Mystery box worth about $100 or more. So, if you want to do that throughout the game, you can. I'm just going to let it go so I can set up the game day for you guys, and then we'll be ready to go. All right, so whenever game day pops up, of course, it's being stupid right now, but what are we going to do, right? All right, so let's see if it's going to. All right, I'm just going to refresh it again until it pops up because for some reason game day is not refreshing the way it should, which is very annoying, but, live TV, right? So let me just remove that until it loads. Of course, game day is going to be shaky during the playoffs. But I think game day is trying to not be as fast because game day sometimes is faster than the actual TV call. And, there we go. Look at that. Oh, yeah, it was refreshed. All right, there we go. Now we're talking, guys. Now we're talking. All right, there you go. So one thing, guys, right before the game starts, we got about a couple of minutes. There we go. All right. So don't forget to hit on that like button. Obviously, the more likes we get, the more people are going to be on the stream and the more fun it's going to be for everybody. I know my Wi-Fi is a little shaky at the moment too, which is hilarious. But what are we going to do, right? We'll be all right. That's the way I see it. Yeah, well, James, I guess. But Philly fans are crazy. I'm not going to lie about that. John, that's funny. I know a lot of people plug in donations. Again, I don't force them. You want to do it, I appreciate it more than you can ever know. So the Padres logo is the Padre. That's their famous logo that they use. And I saw on Twitter that there was like young kids in a school that all wear red and Philly stuff. I don't know where that was, but that was kind of cool. You can't really do that in New York because it's so diverse and you got 2 teams. It's hard to do that. Like, hey, wear Mets stuff, and 9 people will wear, Yankee jerseys, and it's like, well, oops. So it doesn't work that way in New York. In Philly, you got that team, so it's easy to do that. Well, JL, we'll see. You never know. I don't like to look at past records, season series records. I don't look at pitching. Yu Darvish is 5-0 against the Mets. What does that really mean tonight? Might not mean nothing. Might mean he might be great. Might be he might get hit. You just never know, right? I don't like to look at it. I think it's only more about today's game, that at bat, that pitch, that inning. That's the way I see it. All right, guys. So here we go. Game's about to start. End the lockout, Joe. Here we go.
City Field for the Padres and the New York Mets. And for the New York Mets,
Oh, yeah.
surprise, Starling Marte back in the lineup. He has
And you guys can hear it, right, guys?
And leading into this game, Mets were pretty vague and cryptic about how this was going to work, whether Marte was going to be available at all for this.
You guys can hear it, right?
But I know this, Max Scherzer and the rest of the Mets are a much better team when Starling Marte
Make sure everybody can hear it.
is on the field and playing. We'll get a report from Foster only in just 1 second. As the New York Mets, Max Scherzer, kind of like a lion in a cage, is ready to
All right, perfect.
charge down that field, and will send City
So here we go, guys.
into a frenzy.
Mets are about to come out.
Shake hands at home plate before they head back to their respective dugouts. They
Come
gotta pose
out.
for a picture. And now that that is done, the New York Mets should get set to take the field.
Here we go. Mets are coming out to the field.
Just what the Mets and their ownership group, their fans expected. This team in the postseason, perhaps not the wild card game, but in the postseason with Max Scherzer on the mound in Game 1.
All right, guys. John going with 6-2 Mets tonight. Oh, my prediction for tonight, guys. Let me mute it for a second. My prediction for tonight, 4-2 Mets. Gonna go ahead late into the game. It's gonna be a tie ball game into the 7th inning, and the Mets are gonna take a 2-run lead late in the game. 4-2 Mets win Game 1. That's my prediction.
In which they were swept, but every time he takes
Go.
the in the postseason, he continues to climb the list of his contemporaries. Topped by Kershaw, Verlander is going to move past him, and then Clayton will get a chance.
Let's hope so, Jonathan.
Reclaim the lead. 160.
Got my scorebook ready to go.
All time in baseball.
Come on.
So you're taking on a San Diego Padres
Let's go.
team that won 89.
Where's my
lost
rally
73.
towel?
They
Hold
finished
on.
22
Gotta get a
games
rally towel.
behind the Los Angeles Dodgers.
There we go.
They walk a lot. They're very patient, and they'll
Let's go.
nickel and dime you. They do not have a lot
Here
of
we
sun. They ended up slugging 382.
Shit, I need some sugar, Jonathan. I'm not gonna lie.
But it's rare when you have somebody like Soto and Machado. Josh Bell hurt.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Earlier this year.
Wave your
The
towels.
Pirates had
Let's go.
success against fastballs. Very few of the other Padres do.
Let's
Trent
go.
Grisham is a terrific center
All right,
fielder, and
first pitch coming up.
that night.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Let's go. Mets chance coming around. Here we go.
San Diego, he's the left fielder, and all eyes are on Max Scherzer to see how he does. That's will immediately shift against Profar.
Imagine if I'm drunk.
Right side of the second base bag.
Here we go. First pitch.
And here we go. First pitch swing. Lindor has to go chase it. He will not.
And it bloops it.
Profar.
First
He's off
pitch.
to the bloop
God damn it. Try to get ahead of him early. So one hit for the Padres.
His swing early and often against Max Scherzer. That's when he's been going with the fastball. As of late, he's gone.
We couldn't even get a first pitch strike right off the end of the bat.
Well located.
Hit them where they ain't, right?
Well located pitch. Well located hit.
Well, Jonathan can tell you about the lucky hit, right? What was it, a check swing that went between the hole to give him the lead earlier today with the Philly? All right, Juan Soto's out. One on, nobody out.
Month and a half when he was traded over here. And of course, Scherzer and Soto are on the same
Oh, Max.
series winning team in
Oh,
Washington.
he's squaring, and that's a strike. All right, come on.
Curveball at 75. 68-degree night here in New York. The wind, at least at the top of the stadium, blowing out towards right.
Just high and outside, 1-1.
Take pitches, walk man in Major League Baseball.
I get the sense that there's a lot of heat on Soto. You know, big expectations from the trade deadline.
Padres put the bat in the ball. They make the defense work.
Chance to get the reset button.
And he has had massive success here at City Field on the 1-1.
Strike two.
There's
All right.
strike two.
Nice pitch.
95 miles an hour. Taking a look at it. 1173.
Come on, Max, let's go.
City Field since it opened in 2009. And a 350 average against the Mets with a 464 on base this year. Damage done when he was with the Nats. Scherzer ahead 1-2.
Oh, where was that pitch?
Into that shuffle, and it just
Oh, that's a strike.
to even it up.
That should have been a strikeout.
Close pitch.
I'm a Met fan. I want that call. It's in the box, right at the knees. Perfectly played. Soto getting the benefit of the doubt.
That was a strike. That's strike 3 right there, man. All right, got to get him. 2-2 count.
So Soto gets the benefit of the doubt early in his career. Scherzer's late in his career, and he doesn't get the benefit on a 2-2 pitch. With Profar on first, and they will throw over. Except the infield behind Scherzer, it's Eduardo Escobar.
Yeah, that's a strike. But again, as long as the umpire is consistent, as long as you don't give that low call to Darvish, I'm okay with it. Got to be consistent to both teams. Come on, Max. Strike 3, yeah, 1 out. Struck him out. There we go. There we go.
Good
Oh,
sign
yeah.
early. Max Scherzer.
Nice
He did
slider.
throw this pitch, and you mentioned, Carl,
Started in the middle of the
his
plate
oblique
and ended up
injury probably
inside
was
off the
caused by
plate.
cutter.
1 out.
Talking to Ron Darling, does a great job covering the bats. He seemed to think
All right,
that might
Machado's
be
coming
the
up.
case, but nonetheless, a really good
We know
play.
he doesn't run out anything, so anything on the ground is a double play.
Next challenge for Max Scherzer is this guy, Manny Machado. He has been an MVP all
go.
season. He has been the ballast for the San Diego offense. Fernando Tatis with the suspension.
Come on.
Didn't play a game this year. Fractured wrist. Set to come back and then suspended. So it's really been Manny Machado's team.
First pitch, down the line foul. And I'm letting you know something now. Remember I talked about in the month of September, the Mets have not been guarding the line with men on base, where the right-hander at the plate. They're guarding the third base line now, finally. Because if that was fair, Escobar was right there. Come on.
He's only 8 for 50, but he does have
Come on,
2
Max.
homers, 20 strikeouts in the hands of Max.
All right, so inside, he missed his spot. He was trying to go high and inside, went low and inside.
This season, the Mets have been a decent team defensively, 9th in defensive efficiency, 7th in defensive runs saved, 2nd best outs above average, plus 30.
Certainly a different look to the Mets with that guy on second base and Marte in right field.
Come on, Max.
1-1 to Machado. Left field and play
Popped it up.
for Marcano.
Should be 2 outs, and it is. All right, good job.
Yeah, it's hard to overstate.
Andy,
the
I've been doing it all year,
impact
buddy.
Marcano's on the team defensively, offensively, and in the clubhouse.
And on the base paths. You think about all the attributes that
I just got to be careful. The only way it gets copyrighted on the channel if you hear the commercials.
Because he can handle both hard and soft from any
2 outs.
right or left.
Come on.
As Josh Bell steps in, Buster, how do they get Marte back for tonight?
Yeah, it's a month and a day since he last played his big league game. And 2 days ago,
Come on, Max. Josh Bell up. Another acquisition by the Padres.
But they've been trying to fit it with some sort of a splint, some sort of protective device on his finger. And you see it right there, on his right middle finger. He said it's like a compression band. He came out early yesterday before any media members were here. He took live batting practice. Mets were greatly encouraged by what they saw. Marte walked into Buck Showalter's office and said, "I'll play."
Come on, Max. Let's go.
Buck was relieved to hear that as that pitch sails high to Josh Bell, the designated hitter.
11 pitches so
Didn't
far for
really want to argue
Scherzer.
with him, right? Just took that for any answer. Said, okay, you're in.
Let's not continue this conversation.
Slam the door behind him. Thanks.
You can see he's overthrown just a little bit.
Part of a culture change that occurred in the offseason for this New York Met team. Marte in right, certainly Scherzer on the mound, Canna in left.
Got to be careful here with Josh Bell. Oh, that was a late time call.
Change happened quickly in Port St. Lucie. As soon as they met with Marte, they said, I know you signed as a center fielder. We gave you center field money, but guess what? We need you in right field, and this is why. Your arm, your range, they place bigger at City Field and right.
They shift against the power hitter. Bell 17 homers on the year, and
Ball
Scherzer
three.
just misses down. And now
All right.
he's behind 3-0.
Come on,
Jake
Max.
Cronenworth on deck.
Again, it feels like a long inning, but it's only 12 pitches from Max.
Bob Melvin right here, I give him the green light. He's been struggling as a Padre. The best thing you can do with 2 outs, 3-0 count, runner at first, is let the big man swing it.
11 games against the Mets, a 385 average. Since he put this Padre.
All right, there's strike one.
It's been a very different story for Josh Bell.
Yeah, Lion, I said that earlier. Road team played well today.
And you've seen
No, but no
some
better
career
than
their peaks and
the
valleys,
dominance
but
of the Mariners today.
It's been really bad in San Diego.
Blue Jays couldn't hit Castillo at all.
PS plus, really half of what it was.
Come on, Max.
He was Washington. Here he comes on a 3-1. That one is
Uh-oh.
laced
That's not
deep
good.
to left field. And this
That's
one may
gone.
Get out of here. And it does. Bell on a 3-1.
Told you, got to be careful.
His 18th
2-0.
of the year, and the Padres
Josh
take
Bell.
Scherzer out and grab a 2-0 lead.
Shit. Told you, be careful. Told you.
Josh Bell on 3-0, it was a beautiful take. Reason being the pitch was outside corner.
Told you
He's
guys, I
looking
told
their
you.
way. Watch his feet. Sees the pitch away, I'll take. Falls back a little bit right there. He's like, okay, I got this.
All right. Oh, Mets got to come back now.
This one just a little bit more inside than the last one. Flips it back and he knew it. Beautifully balanced. What a great start for Josh Bell after struggling since he arrived in San Diego.
I said it. Got to be careful. This guy's got power. Left it right over the plate, extended the arms. All right, come on.
Padres score first. Now Cronenworth. Max breaks a curveball in there for strike one.
Well, an acquisition the Mets didn't make at the deadline, Josh Bell. Paid off right now in the first inning for the Padres.
A lot of talk, too, leading into this series, how the Mets would
All right, first inning. Keep it at 2. Let's go. Come on.
Or DeGrom, without really telling the story, it certainly
Come back
feels
out
like
in the offense and get it back. That's all you got to do.
DeGrom would be saved
Pick up the
in Game 3
pitchers.
and then used to get the start of Dodger series if they win Game 2. If not, he pitches Game 3. The 0-2 stays alive.
Max is missing his spots a little bit.
Forgot's been in New York. It's been all about him.
Yeah, you cannot let the season end without him pitching. So obviously, if the Mets lose this game, he's in there. But Josh Bell, with a reminder of what kind of talent he has, right? We talked about his struggles since he came over. The big first half he had in Washington just showed up here tonight.
Come on, Max. 17 pitches for Scherzer.
0-2 from Scherzer.
Oh, Jesus. Another pitch that wasn't called.
Johnson calls balls.
My Lord. Come on, Max. Let's go.
Second pitch already this inning that Max has not had go his way.
Oh, my Lord.
Another one just off.
He better call the
Strike zone
same
early
strike zone for Darvish. 2 pitches he missed already, and that one was close.
Traditional crouch of a catcher.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, the new school with one knee gets you those low calls. Allows you to frame better.
The 2-2.
Strike 3.
Adam Fishing.
All right.
Scherzer
Offense got to get going, guys.
Soto and Cronenworth. But he couldn't get by Bell.
All right.
He rings up another homer as 18.
2-0 Padres on a Josh Bell 2-run homer. Again, I said to be careful with this guy. I said it. As soon as 3-0 happened, you know what? You probably had a better chance of walking him than doing that. All right. It's 2-0. 1 swing and a bat. Ryan, no, they don't. I don't know what you're talking about. Mets won the season series, and the Dodgers have not beat the Mets in a postseason, in a series, in the playoffs since 1988. So, no, they don't own teams, both teams. You might own the Padres. You don't own the Mets. All right, guys, let's go. Come on. First inning. No reason why we can't get that offense going either. Got to respond. That's it. Again, you saw the the roller coasters in almost every game except for the Blue Jays and Mariners game. Every game was a roller coaster. Mets just got to get it together. That's it. That's it. You just got to get runs. That's it. Darvish is not invincible, all right? We talked about how he struggles. Lay off that heavy sinker. Let him throw the ball over the plate. You lay off that sinker, he has to come over the plate. That's the whole thing with the Mets and Darvish. That's basically it. Ryan, well, if it happens, it happens. And then when the Padres sweep your ass, then look what happens. All right, so bottom of the first, 2-0 Padres. Let's get it done. Let's get it done.
Arizona, Texas, Baltimore. Now the New York Mets on his managerial.
Okay,
resume.
Toucan. What does that mean? Nothing.
That for the first time, and they trail 2-0. Nimmo, Lindor, McNeil.
All right, let's go. Come on.
Daniel Vogelbach starting Marte, who has traditionally been a number 2 hole hitter for the Mets, but now in his first game back, back 6th. Canna Escobar, who's been outstanding lately.
All right.
Tomas Nido,
Bottom of the first. Here we go.
All right, Cody, you Darvish stick to a 2-0.
See if the Mets can get it going
The
here.
right guy for the Padres is-
Ryan,
is
I know the
83%
stats, and that means absolutely nothing.
This is the best in the National League. 25 quality starts.
How did the Mets do against the Dodgers in playoffs?
Great ones against the New York Mets.
All right. It means nothing today.
Brandon Nimmo, center fielder.
And he calls the low strike. You see what I'm saying?
Gets the 42,000.
I mean, come on. If you're not going to call it for Scherzer, you're going to call it for Darvish? Come on.
Top out.
That's the problem already. You can't give him that strike if you didn't give it to
16
Scherzer.
homers, 64 runs batted in, 30 doubles for Nimmo. Machado went on the grass at third. Maybe as creative a pitcher as there is in Major League Baseball. You, Darvish.
He can do anything with the baseball. Spin it, make it break right to left or left to right. And almost like
Only on ESPN,
so
eh,
many
baby?
things he can do with the baseball. So simplifying has really served him well. First pitch strikes and his walk rate at a career low this year.
902. And that one.
Gotta lay off
There
that
was a
sinker.
period this year where Darvish won 6 straight starts, late August to late September, and 3 of those starts were scoreless. He's got Machado at third behind him. Hassan Kim, who's a defensive.
Come on, Brendan, let's go.
Shortstop. Cronenworth is at second. Will Myers plays first. With Profar in left, Trent Grisham in center, and Soto in right. And Nimmo hard on
Ground
the
ball,
ground.
hard hit ball right to the second baseman. One out.
First out.
Again, ground ball machine for Darvish.
Well, Manny Machado is the MVP candidate for the Padres. Francisco Lindor is the MVP candidate for the New York Mets.
Guys, he threw a 3-1 pitch on the outside of the plate
26 homers,
in a fastball situation. That's basically what happened in that spot.
25 doubles.
Well, Lion, he wasn't having control issues. He just Scherzer threw 2 pitches that were low, and of course ESPN is acting up.
Padres, who don't shift all the time, will shift against Lindor batting from the left side.
The 2 pitches that he threw low that were strikes, he didn't call. All right, it hit Lindor in the foot, so we got a hit batsman. Seems familiar. So man on first, 1 out. Let's see if they're gonna replay. Let's see if they hit the back foot. I don't know. Oh, umpire better give us a call at some point.
Interesting, Lindor didn't react at all. Yet he points down. Adrian Johnson bites.
No, it did hit it. It did hit it. It looked like it did. All right. Well,
hard to tell whether the foot deflected it or the dirt did.
all right. So there we go. Hit by pitch. 1 out, 1 on. Jeff McNeil up. Let's go.
Now the National League batting champion, Jeff McNeil.
Padres didn't challenge.
Keep an eye on the Mets. They will run against Darvish, and they do right away. Lindor
Safe. Yeah. Stolen base for Lindor. Here we go. Runner in scoring position already. He's slow to the plate.
You're going to see a lot
Got to
more.
take advantage of that. Good job. Good job.
The Mets, this has to be the
Come on,
game
Jeff.
plan. Stolen bases. this year,
Not a big stolen base team, especially without Marte, but now Marte's back. You got to run. Got in there easily. Come on. Come on, Jeff.
The highest percentage of stolen base success is against the Padres, 87% of the time. So McNeil now has Lindor in scoring position.
Good eye, good eye. Again, lay off that
It's
sinker.
interesting. The crowd after that two-run home run for Bell was kind of quiet. It didn't take long for them to get right back into it.
Yeah, they understand the importance of striking right back. Big game, you got to punch back.
Yeah, especially a pitcher you can steal against, and Darvish is very slow to the plate. I was saying, Toucan, I was saying that earlier in the stream.
Same way that Bell has historically
If you lay off that heavy sinker low, he doesn't throw his for strikes. He never does. If you lay off that, he comes up with the rest of his pitches. Come on, Jeff. 2-0. Good hitters count here.
And we'll throw back if Lindor dives back safely.
Met fans chanting Darvish. Come on, guys. Let's go. Got to capitalize here.
Major improvements for the Mets this year.
Even if you have to cut the lead in half, it's a start.
269 average.
Got to be careful, Lindor leading off second. They're very close to the bag there.
25th.
Yeah, base hit. All right, Lindor going to stay there. First and third. One out for Pete Alonso. Here we go. Again, get that ball up. I said it. If you lay off that sinker, he leaves the rest of his pitches up around the plate. That's what he did there. First and third, one out. Come on. Now, what Pete Alonso has to do, he's got to stay within himself. Don't try to overswing. Line drive, Lindor had to hold up. Come on.
That's exactly what he has to do. Doesn't know if it's going to be caught by Myers or not.
Alonso can't look for a home run here. Base hit, cuts the lead in half. Keep it going. I think this is the most hits the Mets have got with Darvish in a while. Come on, Pete. Base hit here. You got to stay relaxed. Oh, foul ball. Damn. Very out in front of that. Ooh. Very ahead of that. He was ready for that. All right. Come on. Oh, out in front of that one, man. That was crushed. All right. Straighten it out now. Come on, Pete. Darvish just keeps on stepping off. Can't get in tune with the catcher right now.
Everybody at Citi Field down on the infield seats are on their feet as Lindor plays cat and mouse with Darvish.
Oh, he missed that pitch. He overswing there. He didn't have to. That was a pitch that he could have crushed.
How big is it to answer here with your
Come on.
biggest hitter up, first and third, one out?
Got to stay within himself here. Got to base it.
Team confidence, but this crowd gets right back in this
0-2
game.
count now. Look to take the ball the other way.
0-2. Kim and Cronenworth, very good up the middle defense. They look for an Alonso ground ball.
Come on, Pete. Let's go.
Darvish loves to throw the splitter, and if you're first base, definitely know Kirby's telling McNeil right now, watch the ball in the third.
Yeah, he's going to throw that sinker low probably. Right down the middle. Nice pitch.
Frozen on a cutter at the bottom of the zone. And
Really good pitch.
strikeout for Darvish.
I think Pete was also looking for the splitter. This is something that Darvish has done in his previous two starts against the Mets. If he gets the cutter to 2 strikes, he goes splitter. This time he crosses up Pete, thinking it was going to dive out of the zone, and stayed right there for the call 3rd strike.
2 outs. Yeah.
Here comes the designated hitter.
He thinking he was going to throw something in the dirt off the plate. All right, come on, Bogey. 2 outs here. Let's cut the lead in half at least.
Really good against the fastball.
This umpire, seriously? Come on.
Third straight postseason that Daniel Vogelbach has been in the Brewers the last couple of years. 17 home runs as a designated hitter. It's tied Bryce Harper for most of the National League.
Strike 2. That was a better pitch down the middle. Got a swing, man.
Almost a backup action on that cutter from Darvish there.
Again, he throws all his pitches over the plate except for that sinker. You got to be ready for that.
Generally speaking, at the plate, now down 0-2.
Door nearly quarter of the way down the third baseline. Runner goes second. That's McNeil.
Another pitch right over. That was a mistake there.
A foul ball. Designated hitter has been an issue for the Mets this year. They brought in Darren Ruff from the right side. Didn't exactly work out. Vogelbach trying to pick up the left side. When he came here, he did really well to start.
Come on, Bogey.
0-2, 7 straight strikes from Darvish. And Vogelbach, right field, playable for Soto if it stays. And it does in the corner. It makes it a fair territory.
Just got under that pitch. The Mets do not score. Left 2 men left on base. 1 in scoring position. 2-0. San Diego going to the top of the second. Just got under it. Oof. But Mets don't score. Reminiscence of the month of September in the first inning. But you got to lay off those sinkers. They were doing that, but Alonso in that spot, he crossed himself up. You could see it in the situation he was in. 0-2 count. You saw it there. He was thinking that a ball was going to be in the dirt, and that's exactly what he was looking for, and he got himself crossed up. Again, you see this with a lot of players. I never understand it. You always protect the plate. If you don't think you can get to that ball and it's looking like a strike, foul it off. That was a situation there where Pete was in his head a little bit. And, all right, 2-0 Padres going to the top of the second. A lot of game to go. See if the Mets, Scherzer can hold off there. Give me a second, just doing my scorecard. I can't believe that ball went that far that Vogie hit. That was 5 more feet from being out, but it was not. All right. Sorry, guys. Let me just do my scorecard. 2 left on, 1 hit. Where it is. All right. Well, he was just a little bit ahead of that first pitch. And I guarantee he got a little too excited. Yeah, lying. I don't know if that's always true, though. Again, the Padres are not a big home run hitting team. All right, so here we go. Top of the second, 2-0 Padres.
Many of us who know Sarah for a long time knew this, but now she's made it public. She described it as a weight off her shoulders. She was on our podcast with Buster Olney today. She is so focused on baseball and has
got to put up some zeros. That's just it. I know game day's a little slow, guys.
We'll use this sport to help her in this, and she knows that the community and certainly those of us at ESPN, part of her baseball family, with MLB.com, etc., are all in support and send our love.
I know a lot of you guys are coming in and trolling, but don't act like your team It's just going to get out of the first series you guys play.
Research and information. We love Sarah and me. We wish her the best for sure. Always thinking about her.
Absolutely. She makes us better.
Come on, Max.
Love you, Sarah.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Thanks to the New York Mets and many other organizations that have recognized Sarah's contributions to really Major League Baseball and the community and the family. She told us today.
Come on, Max. Let's go.
Buster asked her on the podcast, what is it about baseball that you love so much? She talked about the consistency, how it's there every single night, and it's really in her family. It started
Well,
with her
hey, Ben,
grandfather,
did they have a good game? No, they didn't hit until the 9th inning.
huge
So
baseball fan.
that
She's made a
powerful offense didn't do nothing until the 9th inning.
huge
So
family supporting her.
they Wheeler pitched well, but other than that, their offense came alive in the 9th. And it took a check swing to get through the hole for them to take the lead. So
Max Scherzer,
No.
Will Myers on a 2-2.
that's how it goes.
Myers
Round
on the ground,
ball,
fielding
nice play by
clean
Escobar.
Eduardo Escobar
1 out.
throws across the
All
diamond
right.
for the out.
Big keys to the success of the Mets is defense, especially in the corners. They've struggled a bit, but as of late, Escobar has done a nice job over at third.
There you go. 1 out. A lot of game to
Scherzer
go,
only allowed
guys.
5 first inning runs in 23 starts this year. Of course, gave up a 2-run shot to Bell. And here's Hassan Kim, the shortstop. He swings to the first one.
Go.
First postseason career of Hassan Kim, a former KBO superstar. He's reached base 16 of his last 18 games. Defensive metrics love this video.
Jakey, isn't that true?
Very well for them at shortstop this year. And when you think about league average offense with well above average defense, that kind of works.
There you go.
Right by him at 94 miles an hour.
That's a scouting report. Padres have not been a good fastball hitting team all year
Well,
long.
their City Connect uniforms are just as bad.
The KBO didn't see a lot of velo. That
Come on,
was
Max.
a big adjustment coming over to Major League Baseball.
Max ready on a 1-2.
Strike 3. There we go.
Can go with a heat and a slider.
Good job.
Picks up his 3rd strikeout of the night.
2 outs. That's right. That's what Max gonna have. Gonna have a quick inning, get your offense back out there.
Slider that's going to take him right to the Hall of Fame when he's finished playing 5 years after.
Yeah, the navy blue and the
That's
white
where he's going.
with a little bit of orange was
That
nice.
pitch right there.
And to Eduardo's point, the Padres offense and velocity, they are last in run value.
I agree, Ethan, 100%. You hold them to 2, you should win this ball game.
The Dodgers
All right, Grisham is up with 2 outs.
78 difference between the Dodgers, who are the best at hitting fastballs at 95, and the Padres, who are worst. Another reason you win 111 games, like the Dodgers. 1-0 to Grisham. He's the center fielder with 2 down.
Well, Joe, it's kind of interesting. We don't have a good record with the black jerseys, but again, is it really about the jerseys?
Scherzer,
Like,
it's more about the mix of pitches. You see 94, 95.
Pete needs to swing at that pitch down the middle, and Vogelback made a home run by 5 feet.
He has a unique release point and also a great mix of pitches.
Uh-oh. That's gone. 3-0.
Going back, it's carrying, and it carries over the wall.
Trent Grisham.
Trent Grisham's 18th on the year.
3-0 Mets.
And the Mets, who got stung by the home run ball against the Braves, have given up 2 tonight.
And they're giving up 2 tonight.
Well, that's been the problem with the Mets.
Struggling coming into the postseason.
Pitchers, home runs.
Not only have they been struggling, they've done it with 2 outs. With Bell, and this time with Grisham.
2 out clutch home runs by the Padres. That was right down the middle.
He hit him in the sweet spot again. Puts that foot down. Marte continued to just.
And that's the worst part. It's with 2 outs. It's with 2 outs. 3-0 Padres. Top of the second.
When Vogelback hit it into the corner and right, it kept pushing. Next to the flags, blowing out to right early. Escobar takes
Nice play by Escobar.
Snips it,
And gets him out.
But again, the team The Padres,
not known for the home runs, and they're hitting home runs right now. In two outs, though. And that's the killer right now. Clutch hitting by the Padres. Power that is not really in their game. But it is right now. And 3-0 Padres right now. The Mets offense better get it together. And we shall see. Again, 2 pitches is the outcome of the game so far. Alien? They can love it. I'm going to tell you right now. The Phillies beat the Cardinals. The Braves are going to have a hard time with Philly. I'm telling you right now. But it's the second inning. You know, you don't like to see a pitcher give up runs on 2 outs. That's a killer. It is. Just looking at the comments, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, if you're a Met fan and saying this game is done, I mean, why are you even watching? Like, you were done after the first pitch. Like, that's the problem. The Braves don't own the Phillies. Do you see the season series? The record? It's not that good. It's a little over 500 against the Phillies. Well, the wind is blowing to right, but again, that was a shot. Either way, you can't leave a pitch over the plate like that. Okay. Thank you, Brent. You were 11-8 against the Phillies. That's not dominating. You don't own the Phillies 11-8. Sorry. You didn't even own the Mets. You were 10-9. But it's not. Max is not a joke. All right, so here we go. Bottom of the second, 3-0 Padres. Mets got to get it going here offensively.
We'll stop at nothing to bring out the innovator in all of us. Max Scherzer's allowed 2 homers.
Well, Brandon, they count.
For the 4th time. What a turnaround. That's at first and third. Couldn't score. But the home run to Grisham, 3-0.
All right. Marte is up. Got to get something started.
For the first time since September 6th.
Jamil, Scherzer is not a joke. When you have a 2.5 ERA in the season, you're not a joke. I'm sorry. Brandon, okay, and there was no Scherzer for 10 weeks, 12 weeks, excuse me, and no DeGrom for a half a season. You can look at it any way you want to look at it. Ground ball, base hit. There we go. Starling Marte. What else is new? Come on, guys. If you're gonna throw facts, make it make sense. All right. Scherzer and DeGrom are out a total of 21 weeks. If you take away 5 weeks and they were starting, how many more wins was that? You can look at it either way. You can't talk about injuries. Who was injured? Acuna? For 2 months? Come on, guys. Scherzer hasn't won big games. In 2019 against with the Nationals, he was 5-0 in the playoffs. And won World Series. Come on, guys. All right, so here we go. Bottom of the order magic. Let's see if we can get it done here.
We'll keep an eye on Marte, which is exactly what Darvish is doing. 18 stolen bases. And the part 2 is he's diving back in with that finger on that right hand. He's got a big glove on there. Only on that base.
Bottom of the order looks a lot different when Marte is stretching out the lineup. Come on, Mark.
Mark Hanna. Straight back.
Well, Ethan, yeah, he's got the second hit of the ballgame for the Mets. He's a pure player.
This game so far done on base. He gets ahead. They've all been out. Still early.
But Mike Soroka wasn't part of this team last year when he won the World Series. So that couldn't hurt you this year. Ryan, last time I checked, they can't do anything since 88 in the 162-game season. Come on now. You're talking about the Dodgers. Like, how many division titles have they won? And they have a bullshit pandemic World Series championship? Come on. The Braves get more respect than you guys. And that's coming from a Mets fan. There we go. Another stolen base. Come on. There you go.
This is what I was talking about earlier when Marte will go.
Well, Brandon, last time I checked, the Braves bullpen was extremely better than the Phillies bullpen all year. And you were still and by the way, you say you had injuries early in the season. The Phillies were absolutely atrocious in the first half, and you played them a lot. So it's the same thing. You can come with every excuse in the book. All right, let's go. Your man on second, nobody out. 2 stolen bases. Got to get it going. Oh, call that low strike again. Come on, you're not calling that strike for Scherzer. You can't call it for Darvish. It's ridiculous.
Has left the building 13 times this year, 61 runs batted in.
Oh, Eddie, I'm not one to sleep on him.
367 is 6th best in the National League.
I agree that the Braves are dangerous at home. They're really good at home.
He certainly contributed to the net hit by pitch record this year.
Come on, Mark, let's go.
He's been hit 14 times his last 36 games.
Good eye, good eye. Again, the umpire has not been consistent. He's given that low strike to Darvish, but not to Scherzer.
Sometimes he gets a little breaking ball spin happy. And then one after the
All right, Brandon, and that means absolutely nothing in the playoffs. Sorry. If you're a fan of the Braves and you don't realize that it means nothing in the playoffs, then are you really a Braves fan? I mean, look at last year. 88 wins and you won the World Series. You weren't better than any team in the playoffs. Come on, Mark.
It's interesting because having conversations with analytics around the league, that's one thing that they've told me about you this season.
All high society, when the Braves fans come on the channel and talk about their Braves, I'm going to speak about them. Don't go on the Braves channel. I don't know what to tell you. You're irrelevant in this game. Come on, Mark. Let's go.
Here comes the 2-2 to Canna.
All right, Canna, stay alive. There you go.
Pitch right there, because what you do when you throw your four-seamer, you protect your cutter and all your other pitches. Good job by Canna to foul that pitch off. But this will set up the cutter and all the spinning breaking balls. And he beat him there. He's late. So you
Again,
give Mark credit for fouling
gotta
him off.
take advantage of the strikes thrown by Darvish. Other than the sinker, he does all the pitches over the plate for strikes. There is. They just don't want to go on him because they don't want to. That's the problem. They do. They just don't want to go on him. Come on, Mark. Let's go.
Shallow right.
Coming.
Coming.
One out.
Catches it in fair territory. Fires it back in. Unable to advance Marte to third. Canna flies out to right.
Well, Eddie,
Good job of reading
what do you want me to
the
tell you?
back, doubling up with a fastball.
Again, Darvish hasn't been as sharp. Again, there's been a decent amount of hard hit balls when the Mets had contact. And again, Vogelback missed a home run by 5 feet.
With 2 strikes, the splitter he likes to go with it. Saw what happened to Alonso. Right there, Canna just
Well, Daniel, that's a testament to the lackluster fans, in my opinion.
Eduardo Escobar had a terrific September after coming back from the IL.
Come on, Escobar, let's go.
First pitch is in there. Runner high, strike 1.
He's got to change the looks on Marte at second base.
No high society. It's just that you have nothing else better to do in your basement, in your parents' house.
Close to Marte at second. On a big lead. Now takes another step. Doesn't go on the pitch is high. So Escobar was
Well,
a
Daniel,
340.
I don't know how you disagree. Again, where were you Braves fans all before last year. Nowhere to be found. My channel was up. I was here. It's amazing what a championship can do to fans' confidence, right? A lot of front runners. It's okay. There's Met fans like that too.
It's all there.
If he can elevate a ball to right, we've seen it carry.
Come on, Eddie.
1-1.
All right, come on. Again, Darvish is not very sharp. The Mets got to take advantage of it. It looks bad on the Mets offense that Darvish is struggling and the Mets can't get a couple of teams. Ryan, it's the second inning. Relax. Go away. I can assure you I can find you a Dodger channel.
Mets 4 days in first place than any team in baseball in the last 2 years.
And if you're a fan of another team and you're talking about your team, nobody cares. Who knows, Lion? Who knows? Really, Dick? You want to talk about the Dodgers?
101 wins, but the Braves, by virtue of winning 10 of the 19,
Come on, Eddie.
ended up avoiding the wild card. 2-1 to Escobar.
There you go. Well, Dick, if you want to talk about the Braves and the Dodgers, go ahead. You don't need to talk about it here. Last time I checked, the Padres and Mets are playing. Come on, Eddie. Let's go.
Obviously, using no pitch comments, they're giving the traditional.
Come on, Eddie. Let's go.
That's going to take longer. That's why they have the pitchers meeting, the mound meeting, talking through things.
First 3-ball count for Darvish. Here it comes. There goes Marte. Throw to third.
Marte steals third. There we go. It's a full count now on Escobar.
It was a called strike to Escobar, so he will bat 3-2. But Marte,
I don't necessarily like that stolen base because on the 3-1 pitch, it's a pitch to hit, and Escobar took it knowing that Marte had that stolen base stolen.
This year have not been able to do it. This one's on you, Darvish, not on Nola.
Good timing. Picked a 3-0.
Come on, Eddie, base it.
Didn't make him stop. Well done by Marte.
Already Marte doing some damage here.
Darvish hesitates, fires, and he gets
Strike 3 on Escobar.
up in the zone, an 87-mile-an-hour cutter. And Darvish is now 1 out away from getting on it.
The ability to have that strikeout pitch, right?
2 outs. Wasn't a good pitch either.
Gets it up in the zone.
Probably would have been a strike, though.
On Escobar. Pretty good thing to have in your back pocket.
Well, it is. The thing is that the ball was up. It looked like Escobar thought it was going to stay up, and at the last minute, it's almost like, uh-oh.
All right, up to Nito with 2 outs and a man on third.
Little indecision. Not sure that's where Darvish was trying to throw it, but certainly.
There have been a few cutters that haven't been where traditional cutters would go.
Come on, Tomas. Has been good this season with runners in scoring position. Very good, actually.
Late on that. 0-1.
This is what Darvish wants to do. The hesitation with the leg kick. That's why the running game has forced him out of his rhythm a little bit. Now no chance of a stolen base. You can see him. Now he can do whatever he wants in terms of slowing down his delivery or having a bigger leg kick.
Mets really struggled against the Braves in that series with runners in scoring position. And
Nito popped it up. It's going to stay in.
The dugout.
And it goes foul. 0-2.
Get out of play.
You're right about that.
Well, Ken, it's looking like that the first 2 innings. They had chances, right? At the moment, if they don't score in this inning, they got 3 men left on base. At the moment, that's basically the difference in the game.
For every pitcher is the quality of my pitches going to
Well, Chief, we got to wait and see.
My delivery and abbreviate my leg kick, or do I just say go ahead and steal and let me worry about the quality of my pitches and do my normal leg kick?
Against Atlanta, the Mets were 4 for 18 with runners in scoring position. And Nito hits this one.
And Nito, damn it, right in the gap.
And now the center fielder comes over and Trent Grisham takes it away.
All right, so another run in scoring position the Mets cannot get. So after 2 innings, the Mets left 3 men on base, opportunities in each inning, 2 in scoring position. None scored in 2 innings. Not looking good at the moment. All right. Sorry, I'm just doing the scorecard, guys. All right. So going to the top of the third, 3-0 Padres. 2 home runs, one by Josh Bell and the 2-run homer from Josh Bell and a solo home run from Trent Grisham. And both home runs were on with 2 outs, which sucks even more. So, right? Again, the Mets have no problem getting people on base, right? We got 3 stolen bases in 2 innings, and we didn't get 1 run in. What are you going to do? All you're going to do is keep watching. Once again, guys, don't forget to hit on that like button. Well, Tim, you don't know that yet, right? You really don't know that, right? This never happened in baseball before. You just don't know what the buy is going to do, right? You just don't know. You know, the Mariners can go and beat Toronto and head to Houston, and the momentum might help them out. You don't know how the 5-day layoff is going to be yet because nobody's seen it yet. You can have your opinion, but it doesn't mean nothing yet. Mike Mini, another one for you. Once again, guys, if you give a $5 donation to the channel, you'll be in a running for giveaway for Mets merchandise worth $100. Where are you, Mike? All right, so you got 3, Mike. Three in there right now. So we're going to the top of the third. Mets are trailing 3-0. Yeah, Mike, I know. Therapist is needed for Met fans. That's one thing that we're really good at. Well, Vinny, again, this, everybody say, oh, DeGrom could have started. Now, I was a proponent of starting DeGrom only because, let's be honest, DeGrom pitched better than everybody against the Braves, except for 3 solo home runs. All right, top of the third. Got to put a 0 up here.
And they have settled it back in here towards the latter part of the regular season. Have a 3-0 lead as we start the third. Back to the top of the order. Scherzer has given up a couple of homers to Josh Bell and Trent Grisham. Profar led this game off with a blue single and came in on the Bell homer.
Marte is just a pure player.
Nobody provided more excitement around the trade deadline than the Padres. So much excitement that
Jimmy, are you a Braves fan or a Dodger fan? What are you?
Wait, yeah, you're right. It wasn't just Soto and Bell. Josh Hader was the day before. He ultimately felt like he was trading for the best closer in baseball. A.J. Preller, the owner, Seidler, all in on trying to do this. And you look forward to seeing Blake Snell.
All right, 1-2 count.
Joe Musgrove for the game, $100 million.
To Profar.
It is a World Series quality team, certainly more so.
Jamil, I agree with you. I wanted Jake to start game 1. I think it made more sense. Jake will have a lot more swings and misses than Scherzer.
That's again shift against Profar.
Ground ball. Right to Lindor. He's got to hurry up. Oof, that was close. Lindor was back on that ball. That was close. 1 out.
As we watch everything, he been warming up in the bullpen before. Is he frustrated? What's going on? Is that normal? Hard to read, but is he feeling something? And then obviously the first inning, Josh Bell. And then another home run in the second inning. You can tell by the body language from Max Scherzer.
Yeah, Jason, stay clean, buddy.
Available to him.
Yeah, Jamil, I mean, that's where you got to look at it. You know what I'm saying? The Mets are not out of it. Look, it's unfortunate. If we lose, we got to be in an elimination game. But you know what? That's the spot the Mets put themselves in. There's nobody to blame but themselves, right?
Especially into lefties. We haven't seen a lot tonight either.
That's right.
He's not calling that low strike to Scherzer. I don't understand it. He's giving it to Darvish, though.
Got even 1 ball, 1 strike. A lot of expectations on Juan Soto when he was dealt. Some believe that may have affected his ability to be so productive. Because
Nice
he's
pitch.
right, he is as productive as there is. Scherzer changeup.
You know, just because the Phillies won today doesn't mean the Cards can't take the next two games. Same thing goes for the Rays. The same thing that goes for the Blue Jays. All three games are at home for every home team. So that's a difference too. Yeah, well, Tim, that's a great point. That's the difference than the Braves series. The Mets weren't really getting a lot of good swings against the Braves pitcher. In this game, they are getting a lot of good swings. They just got to do it when runners are in scoring position. Round ball. McNeil, 2 outs. All right, there we go. Now we know the issue in the last 2 innings. 2 out, clutch RBIs by the way of home runs for the Padres. That's been the problem. Yeah, you can't keep it. Look, it's demoralizing in the season. It is death in the postseason. There's no doubt about it. You can't do that in the postseason because every time you leave men on base and you don't score, it gives a lot more momentum to the team that's ahead. And it demoralizes the team that can't get the run in. But we need a 1-2-3 inning from that Max Scherzer. Looks a little sharper with his slider.
February of 19, signed with the Padres, $300 million over 10 years. He can opt out after 2024.
And there's no doubt about it. 2 lefties hit home runs off of Scherzer. If you look at his numbers throughout his season this year, gave up a lot of home runs to lefties, more than righties, a lot more.
I think we've all seen Manny Machado evolve into sort of a clubhouse leader. Yeah, somebody leads
Max.
by example now. The way he plays, how vocal he is now.
Will not offer. It's off the plate 2-1 in this game because these managers have been around so long and these teams have changed so dramatically. Of course, Buck Showalter managed Manny when he was with Baltimore, and he's got 5 30-homer seasons before the age of 30. This one
Popped it up
carry over the wall.
and finally get out of the inning with no runs. All right, Scherzer puts up a 0 in the top of the third. Mets are getting met on. They're not scoring. And the Padres, again, I said this series is evenly matched. Very. Look, the Padres are not a home run hitting team. They hit 2 home runs. And again, you know, it's not like they're bunching hits together, right? That's why the home run is different right now at the moment. But they're not a home run hitting team. We talked about this. The Mets and the Padres in the month of September scored a little less than 3 runs a game in the month of September. Their pitching carried them through September. And that's what basically held them up. But look, the Mets are getting good at-bats against Darvish. They're not striking out. They're not putting bad at-bats. They're hitting them. But you have to chip away. You can't put up zeros and not chip away. You know, I was on Twitter and I follow a lot of Philly fans because I have a lot of friends that are Philly fans. They were bitching and moaning. Oh, look at this juggernaut offense. Couldn't score. They didn't score the whole game until the 9th inning. They scored once. They looked lifeless in the first 8 innings. You know, not a lot of big scoring games in the playoffs. You shouldn't expect the big scoring game. Chief, I agree. They've been inconsistent, but it's not like the Padres have been a juggernaut in September, right? They nearly lost a playoff spot from their lack of offense. But 2 swings of the bat, 3-0. Darwin, at the moment, he owns the Mets. But honestly, this is the best the Mets offense, hidden-wise, they looked against Darvish. Because Darvish has a ton of strikeouts against the Mets. So, here we go. Bottom of the third, 3-0 Padres. Mets got to get it together. I hate when they speak to the managers before the inning. So stupid. Yep, there is no excuses. You got to get it done. You don't get it done, it's on them. Can't blame anybody but themselves, right?
Early in this game.
Support a lot of pitches. You got a ball where he went
trying to get it, kind of leaked on him with Bell, but turn some counts around. He'll find his step.
All right, so top of the order for the Mets at the bottom of the third. Got to get it together. Got to get hits together. Got to get people on base, which the Mets have, and get them in. Chip away. It's the third inning. Long way to go.
Very good. Yes, good interpretation. You got to understand butt speak.
We do.
Well, Alien, that's what people do.
Nimmo, Lindor, McNeil.
I do think, though, if the Mets get a run on the board, it's the same thing what happened with, like, the Mets all season. They get runs on the board, they start to get the confidence of scoring more. But again, the Mets don't do well trailing. They don't. Because they're not a team that hit the 3-run homer. Nimmo pops it up.
On the infield. Son Kim there to make
One
the
out.
play. Nimmo retired. What's made you Darvish different this year? You talk to the people in the Padres organization, they'll tell you scouting reports, pregame prep, postgame recovery. Austin Nola says that's what he's dialed in on. Is that you would interpret the difference as you look at that number? First 6 PV in 07 with 15 or more wins and ERA below 3.25.
Yeah, that's part of it. And much more confident in attack mode. First pitch strikes, all-time career high. Walk rate, all-time
All right,
career
Lindor's up. 1 out. Nobody on.
Maybe his strikeout rates come down a bit, but he's still a strikeout pitcher. That's a good combination. You're walking less. You're throwing a lot of first pitch strikes, and you're pitching deeper into games.
194 innings this season for Darvish. Lindor, that's a
Ground ball right to first. That's a nice play.
Does a good job. Very
2 outs.
economically, Darvish has 2 outs here in the third.
Both of these fan bases have great local broadcasters. San Diego, Don Orsillo, and Mark Grant. Mark Grant told me about you, Darvish. He's got a great cutter. He loves to throw it.
You know what's funny? When Vogelback, they're showing the replay of Vogelback's ball that he hit. It's kind of funny. When he hit that ball, I think he thought it was gone. He just wasn't sure if it was going to be fair. So that's kind of weird, too. Frank, the Ets are gonna Ets, right? All right, McNeil is up. McNeil hits one to left field. And another 1-in-track power ball. And that ends the inning. 1, 2, 3, 4. The Mets going to the top of the fourth. 3-0 Padres. Alrighty. Jakey, you never know, right? All right, guys. So it's the going to the top of the fourth, 3-0 Padres. Well, meaning it's 3 innings. We'll see. You know, I do like some of the look. They're looking to swing the bat, right? They're looking to swing the bat, right? The only one that was called that was looking was Alonso in that spot, and that was just a bad at bat. Alonso, there's no way to beat around the bush on that one. That was a bad at bat. You can't first and third, 1 out. You can't not take the bat off your shoulders. You can't do that. You cannot do that. Even if you gotta get a fly ball to the outfield to get the 1 run in, you got to do that. Again, the Mets have done that all year. September was the problem where you saw what was the issue. Lion, yeah, absolutely. That's the whole thing with this series, right? Again, everybody can have an opinion about who you should pitch. Again, if Scherzer thrown 7 scoreless innings, people are like, oh, that was a great move, put it in Scherzer. Now that Scherzer gave up 3 runs, people are like, oh, you should have put Jacob deGrom in. You can't second guess after the results. Fans do that way too much. And that's Ryan, thank you. That's an excellent point. The problem is the pitchers are giving up runs in the first inning. It demoralizes your team. Like, yes, the offense had runners on and they should have scored, but you cannot give up runs. You look, the Mets aren't a team that, well, early on in the season they came back from a lot of deficits. But look, we all know this, right? The Mets are not a team that is looking for is waiting for that 3-run home run. They're not the team where, all right, we need a home run here. You can't really say that with that team. Besides Alonso, there's not a lot of big power hitters in this lineup. And that's basically it. And that's the idea. So Josh Bell leading off, 3-0 Padres, top of the fourth.
Thanks. Go back to you.
Pat Buster, thank you. So we see Max Scherzer's first pitch. He's now starting to throw a steady diet of changeups. That one to Josh Bell, as Cody said, that we'll see against lefties. Bell, 419 feet to left field for homer his first time up. Not a lot of guys that have had success against
Lawrence, the reason why he didn't want Marte second because they didn't know
Now, 6 for
how his
13.
hand was going to respond. If you take Marte out of the lineup because he can't get through a game, wait for the pitch. And he can't get through the game. Now, one, you lose a player. Two, you're taking a guy off the bench and you're taking a guy who is not better than Marte in the 2-hole. And now the top of your lineup has a player that's not Marte. That's the problem. That's why he's sixth. Well, Chief, that's true. But what was the Guardians' issue? None of them. They were the youngest team in baseball. They had no problem. So I don't like that excuse at all.
Based off that, he's been hitting balls since he was 4 years old. He and his dad Ernest would go out to the backyard. His dad was a former track star and wide receiver at Southern University.
All right, 3-0 Padres, 2-2 to Josh Bell.
Pirates took him. They signed him for a bonus of $5 million. And this time he does the same
Fly
thing.
ball. This one doesn't have the distance. One out.
There to make the play for the first out of the inning.
It's very weird. That ball that Josh Bell has hit looked like it was going a lot further than the first at bat that he hit the home run.
Terrific for the Rays and Shane Bieber and Jose Ramirez's home run. They got it done for the Guardians. That's new in Eastern ESPN2. Mariners roll into Toronto at 4 Eastern. They won that game.
Excuse me.
Padres and Mets and City, those 3 games on ESPN report this as well. Phillies and Cardinals go to
Alex
8:30
Cora
Eastern
is in
time, 7:30 Central.
in City Field watching the game. That's kind of odd.
Manager of the Red Sox, but far more significant tonight is the mother of Joey Cora, who's the third base coach of the
well,
Mets.
that makes
By the way,
sense
all
then.
4 of those games, Wildcard tomorrow, are available on the ESPN app, so you can watch anywhere.
Some royalty in Puerto Rico, huh, Eduardo?
Big time. God was.
The Cora brothers.
Cronenworth
All right,
Escobar
popped up.
into foul territory.
2 outs. All right.
Scherzer's getting the first 2.
The town well represented here in New York. Francisco Lindor, also from Caguas, Puerto Rico.
All right, Lawrence. How many times are you going to ask the
The
same
point that
question?
Bob Melvin made to us pregame was you scratch all the numbers that we had during the regular season. They won 89 games. They were, I think, 12
All right,
games,
2 outs.
24 and 36
See if Scherzer can put back-to-back
records.
zeros on the
Then you go
board.
to a postseason. Padres, if they actually
Well,
do get
if
by
it's
the
any
Mets, and they go to the
thing
World
to talk
Series,
about,
then
Scherzer
there's
is throwing a
chance
little
they have
harder,
to beat
and
4
his
100
slider
win
is a
teams
little bit
on
sharper
their way to
the last 2
World Series.
innings. So I don't know if he had an
They
issue
have the pitching.
trying to get loose or what, but he's following through more on his pitches. So
And their starters can do that.
all his pitches look a lot sharper the last 2 innings, whatever that's supposed to mean.
The 0-2. Chase.
Joe Astor.
He's given up a home run to Grisham. Scherzer has retired 6 straight.
And remember, guys, he gave up what was it, 3 hits? 1 bloop hit and 2 home runs. Again, not good. But now what he's trying to do, he's trying to get these guys to chase, and they're holding off on that pitch. The Mets aren't holding off on that sinker that Darvish throws. They're holding off on the sliders and letting him come in his zone. But this is all about the offense as well. And he strikes him out. Nice pitch. All right, so probably the best inning for Scherzer tonight. Offense better get going. Very simple, guys. Very simple. So 3-0 Padres going to the bottom of the fourth. A lot of game left to go. Sorry, guys. Again, doing my scorecard, so don't mind me looking down. Just trying to get everything in order. Alrighty. There we go. All right. Pretty good. All right. So bottom of the fourth. True. 60 pitches through 4. Again, that's not terrible. If you really did, it's like 15 pitches an inning. So that's not terrible. You know, you could throw 100 pitches and still get through 7 or 6 for that matter if you're going to go that route. Again, it looks like it's been long innings, but it's really not. He's averaging 15 pitches per inning. But hey, listen. We could talk about Scherzer giving up 2 bombs. Yes. Right? He gave up 3 hits, right? The Mets had left. Let's see how many men on base. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. 3 men left on base in that situation. 2 in scoring position. They didn't get it done. That's the game right now. It could have been a 3-2 game. Could have been a 3-1 game. Could have had a run on the board. The Mets only got 2 hits, but they're not getting the hits. They're not getting the sac flies. All you need was a sac fly to get the running with less than 2 outs. The Mets are not doing that at the moment. Jimmy, I don't know. That's probably a good bet to have, to be honest with you. So once again, guys, don't forget to hit on that like button if you haven't already. And once again, guys, if you give a $5 donation to the channel, you are being the running for a mystery box giveaway worth $100 or more. So if you want to do that, again, no pressure. I'm not one who pressures you guys into doing that, but I thought it'd be cool to do a giveaway thing and help the channel along a little bit. And if you want to do that, that's all good. All right, bottom of the fourth, 3-0 Padres. Alonso leading off.
Darvish to Pete Alonso. Start the bottom of the fourth. And this one is sky high, maybe playable. Myers coming hard, still coming.
Wow, that wind just blew that away. Jesus. The wind is blowing, circling around Citi Field right now.
Dola got a good read on it. Yet the wind continues to gust. Every ball in the air is going to be a challenge.
You know who he's getting no help from? Alex Cora right there.
He didn't stand up.
All right, Pete, let's go.
Tough play. A windy night here at Citi Field.
Temperature's supposed to drop considerably tomorrow. 36-year-old, 6'5", 220-pound Yu Darvish. Got a 3-0 lead, no 1 count.
Oh, what a pitch. Jesus, that was nasty. Nasty curveball.
Out of nowhere, he drops that 71-mile-an-hour curveball.
Unfair.
Real drop ball.
Keep him in the ballpark. That's what you want. Another 0-2 count for you.
5th 0-2 count for Darvish.
Just outside.
Missed by much.
I'm shocked Pete Alonso stayed off that slider. That was a nice slider. Just off the plate.
Baseball in the last few days, they told me that going to the Padres, he's really responded well to his coaching staff because they haven't tried to box him in with the way they use his pitches. They basically decided, you know what, he's an artist. He has a lot of pitches at his disposal. We're going to let him do what he loves to do.
Huh, Pete?
Look out.
Oh, wow.
And we'll go off the screen.
Pete had no chance of that fastball right down the middle. Just blew it by him.
That is a great point. That Buster
2 at-bats, 2 strikeouts. for Pete Alonso.
Darvish is so talented. He could do just about anything.
Just over swing there. You saw that. He lost the bat.
This staff went to him and said, "You be you."
Yes. Just like Bob Melvin with his interview with Buster kind of said that. Start to start, his repertoire can change. So sometimes it's better just to get out of the way.
Well,
when a guy
Lion,
does this much
I already said that
And earlier in
the Padres and Mets series is very
He was
balanced.
saying, look, this guy does his own homework. He looks at video. He studies very, very precise in everything he wants to do.
All right, one out. Bottom of the fourth, 3-0 Padres.
He explains things very well with his approach.
Won't go back. Strike one.
Well, Joe, I'm gonna tell you this:
Darvish, this is a 10th
if the
year
Mets
in
go
Major
out
League
flailing
Baseball,
in the
his
wild card
17th
round after a
professional
101 win
year
season,
in baseball, and only he
everybody
had
better be
a
careful.
elbow.
Steve Cohen might be pissed enough
Professional
to
strikeouts.
get everybody
He was
that he
the
possibly
quickest
can.
to 1,500 in the majors.
Round ball should be 2 outs.
Since I got it myself, you Darvish is starting to apply the sleeper hold, it feels like.
2
I mean, there's
outs.
so many variations of speed on his breaking ball package. We've seen curveballs in the low 70s. We've seen cutters and sliders anywhere from upper 70s to upper
Well,
80s.
committee, obviously,
Almost like
the
he
results
invents a
at the
pitch on
moment.
fly. One thing
I mean,
that's always
technically it
been
is
a
balanced.
spin of
It's
baseball
3 hits to
on the elite
2,
level.
2 bombs.
That seems like you're kind of selling it a little short. They're sick because there's like a
Well,
variety
he's
of
got what, 44 pitches, 45
Range of
pitches?
speeds, too.
right.
Yeah, 45 pitches.
Marte with 2 outs, ball 1.
Marte has been the spark plug
Yeah, I talked with Blake Snell before the game.
for this team, and he just came back after a
This
month.
awe, this reverence, this I could never.
Well, Judah,
do
yeah,
the
I agree
things
with that.
he does with regards
But-
to that much time, that attention. He said he never puts the eye
What about the
down.
Dodgers? What about the Braves? What about the Yankees, right? 99, 101 wins, 111 wins. Somebody's not going to win.
Guys, there's a great story in MLB.com recently in which it was described how Darvish will see a particular pitch from another pitcher with another team, and he'll say, "Yeah, I want to throw that curveball," and he'll examine it in video. He'll get information as much as he can, and then within a week, he can replicate that sort of pitch and maybe even put it in his own repertoire.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Snell and others.
Again, the bigger problem, you see with the Mets right now, the pitchers that are over the plate for Darvish are not getting hit by the Mets.
Speaks to the trust he has in himself.
He throws a lot of pitches over the plate,
It sounds like another pitcher we saw
but he
this
has a
year,
lot of
Jake,
0-2, 1-2
Shohei Ohtani,
counts,
all of a sudden became a secret hitter guy out of nowhere.
which is obviously
It almost ran the table with
what you want as a pitcher, because you can throw anything in those counts.
1-2 on the way to Marte. And he spoils one.
Now, obviously, that was a ball, but at least Marte
Shohei
fouled it
Ohtani
off.
started throwing 99-mile-an-hour sinkers and 2-seamers out of nowhere.
Judah, Braves ain't letting go of
Early
Swanson.
sweeping slider off of that. It's like, I give up.
Guys, don't talk about the offseason. You will get blocked on this channel. There's no point in doing that. It's 4th inning of game 1.
He does. During his at-bats, he works the at-bat, fouls off tough pitches. The Mets desperately missed him. Just that last hit by pitch that broke his finger.
8 for 18 in his career against Darvish. He got jammed
Ground
there.
ball.
Have a little race between
Marte is
Darvish
racing,
Marte.
and Darvish gets out.
Bag.
1, 2, 3 inning for the
Giving
Mets.
up that single to
3-0
Marte.
Padres
He
going
is
to the top of the
retired.
5th. Alrighty. Well, the Dodgers did it last year, right? In a 1-game playoff when they didn't win the division, right? The Braves won the division and was in the divisional round, right? So the Dodgers weren't crying over spilled milk, right? The Giants won the division and got knocked out in the DS. It is what it is. Again, that's why for everybody, if you're a Braves fan, Mets fan, Astros fan, Yankee fan, everybody who has 98 to 112 wins, it doesn't matter what your record is in the season. I've said that the whole time. People don't want, like, Brave fans should know this better than anybody. They had 88 wins, were the underdogs in every series, had I think they had the least amount of wins in the entire playoffs, and they won the World Series. Nobody picked the Braves to win the World Series when the brackets were out. And Tim, that's a good point. Look how good look how many teams won 100 games in the NL. A lot, right? It was the Braves, it was the Mets, it was the Dodgers. 3 teams over 100 wins. How many teams did that in the American League? 1. Again, what does that matter? For all we know, the American League can win the World Series, right? You know, there's no reason why the Phillies can't make the World Series and the Guardians make the World Series, right? I can assure you a lot of people didn't pick the Guardians against the Rays today, and damn sure people didn't pick the Phillies against the Cardinals today, excuse me. Well, James, again, the Mets are doing what they've done against Darvish all year. They're not letting him. They're not hitting the strikes that he's throwing. He's throwing the ball over the plate. And for some reason, there's Dodger fans at a Padre Mets game wearing full Mets Dodger gear, which is, I never understand that at all.
So the Mets are 10-10 in games started by Scherzer and DeGrom since DeGrom came off the IL August 2nd.
Well, Kenny, you never know. That's the way I see it.
That misses 2-0. So the recipe, the formula, Scherzer, DeGrom, has let them down. And
no, but they have the Royals. They have the Tigers. Come on. The AL is nowhere near as good as the NL. Sorry, Gavin. That's a stupid comment. You have 100-win team. Come on.
Pete Alonso had a great press conference yesterday.
The Central is garbage. 3/4 of the West is garbage in the American League.
We could have closed the deal and won this division. Yeah, to me, that just
come on, Max.
About Pete Alonso. He gets it.
Kim just reaches out.
Nice at bat. Nice at bat.
Leadoff man is going to be aboard here in the 5th inning. Hassan Kim.
That's how you stay alive in an at bat by Kim.
First leadoff hitter on base since Jurickson Profar got on the first pitch. The base hit. Poking it out there, protecting the plate. Pretty much doing him a favor with another slider.
Again, just bad pitch selection.
Last time he got him
Kim
fastball.
Can't catch up to a fastball. He's throwing him sliders to speed up his bat.
To your point, that felt like
Juju, the All-Star game. That's what we're going to compare it to? Come on. That's kind of dumb.
And here's Grisham, who took Scherzer out to right his first time up.
I mean, if you really want to talk about it, who's won the last 3 World Series? NL.
This was ball just kept carrying. Scherzer knew it.
He's thrown 2 pitches up in the strike zone in the box.
All right, but what about the Tigers and the Royals and the Baltimore Orioles for 100 years lately? Come on.
Is there anything about the way that Scherzer is pitching tonight?
Lion, exactly what's going on right now. Exactly.
Well, the fact that he shied away from
the only difference is the Padres are not a home run hitting team, and they've hit 2 so far. So at least the Braves hitting home runs make sense.
Set up all of his other pitches to lefties. There's one right there. But also his spin rate's down on a slider over 181 RPM. So if you look at the quality of his pitches,
yeah, I don't know what people keep on talking about AL teams.
Down, not significant, but certainly notable. All of his pitches generally, the spin rate's kind of down.
Come on, Max, let's go.
Padres do not steal much, but their best base stealer is on base. First with Kim.
He's got 12 this year. Behind the 8-hole hitter, Grisham. Here's the 2-1.
Popped it up.
Sky high. McNeil. Under it.
One out.
Makes the play.
Want to keep up with the postseason? Just tell Siri, show me MLB Postseason scores.
Yeah, let's talk about the AL West. 73 wins, 68 wins, and 60
Day
wins.
one of the Wildcard series.
The Seattle Mariners made the playoffs. That's all you need to know.
Seattle Mariners, Philadelphia Phillies came back.
The Minnesota Twins, 78 wins. Detroit, 66 wins.
The fourth of the Wildcard series.
I mean, geez.
3-0 San Diego. Scherzer's delivered. This ball is rifled to right field.
That's going to be a problem. Foul ball.
Get it. That ball is fair.
Ooh, is that fair?
Steps on third. And
I don't know. Was that
it's
fair?
going to be a ground rule double, which is a huge break for the Mets. It bounced off the line.
It did bounce off the line. Huh.
Kim will have to stop
Okay.
at third base. And Austin Nolan.
All right, second and third, one
his
out.
team to perhaps take a look. The third base umpire came
Let's
in
see.
about face
Fair ball. Good call by the ump. We like to kill the umpires, but
Right
it's a
on
fair
the
ball.
line. That'll force the infield in, even with runners at second and third. Big break for the Mets. Kim would have scored easily.
on the bottom of the Padres order. Kim with a single.
Yeah, bottom of the order is killing the Mets right now.
With a double.
Top of the order has done really nothing.
And now Profar
Uh-oh.
sends this one to right field.
That's gone.
It's headed to the corner. And that's fair, and it's gone.
Wow, 6-0.
Profar.
Oh boy. Beating up on Max Scherzer. 6-0
And the
Padres.
third homer makes it 6-0.
Oh ho ho ho. Oh boy. Oh, everybody wanted Max Scherzer today. You got him.
For Max Scherzer, and he gives up a first pitch double to Nola, and then a first pitch home run. That got out of here in a hurry. Cutter at 89 miles per hour.
Bottom of the order. Doing everything here. Everything.
Trying to get it in. You see where Nito is. Profar just beats him too and is able to keep it fair.
6-0 Padres in the fifth.
The quality of the pitch is not there. That we
Just
usually
hit the
see.
foul pole and remained fair.
The sharpness
Clutch
of the
hitting
break
by the
is very
Padres is getting it done all on home runs.
sharp. That's what
The
happened.
non-home run hitting team is hitting all home runs. And guess what? Clutch hitting is where it's at in the playoffs, and the Mets don't have it. Right now, the Padres do. 6-0 Padres in the fifth inning. Scherzer with 74 pitches. And listen, I don't care what offense you have. You can't give up 6 runs in the playoff game. I'm sorry. The most runs scored so far today, right? Or is it the Phillies had 6 runs, right?
Against Blake Snell has been terrific.
Yeah, barring a big comeback by the Mets.
Again, you can't say DeGrom should have pitched game 1. Why wouldn't it be the same outcome? You don't know that. You can't be result-oriented and say, oh, they should have done this. You can't do that. First off, you're not giving no credit to the Padres. You can't do that as a Mets fan. You can't do that as a fan in baseball.
Is there anything about the way he's pitching that would indicate he's not 100% healthy? The fact that he's given up 3 homers
Okay, Randy.
shows you he's not.
Congratulations on your comment. I don't know what to tell you there.
Oh, he's a gamer. He's pitching through. We know he's had an oblique issue. We know he's battled through it. The effectiveness certainly shows up on that graph right there in terms of
Brave fans, you better win. I'm telling you right now.
He's given up. The K's are down.
Ground ball should be an out.
Soto gets it on
2
the
outs.
second. He's retired. Frustrating too, of course, for the Mets and glory days for the Padres, who again turn the page into the postseason. And if you're going to get Kim on base, Grisham hitting homers, and Austin Nolan in the 9th spot with a double, there have been signs towards the end. A guy like Nola's last.
I'm going to tell you right now, if anybody brings up, including the Mets, brings up
tonight. Just eight swing and miss.
Max Scherzer and his oblique, this goes back to last year with Cole and his hamstring.
Machado.
And that's gone. 7-0. Goodbye. Woo!
The fourth allowed by Scherzer. 7-0
Wow.
San Diego.
And Buck Showalter is coming to take out Scherzer.
Here comes Buck Showalter, and there goes Max Scherzer.
7-0 Padres. And there it goes. Scherzer is out of the game with 4 2/3 inning, and he's going to get booed.
Scherzer. Big time. 4 for 8.
There you go. Gotta step it up. That's basically about it, right? Look, put it this way, guys. I'm telling you guys right now, I don't want to hear anything about Scherzer's oblique. I don't want to hear the Mets talk about it. Nothing. I don't want to hear it. Because if you're not healthy, you tell the team and you don't pitch. That's it. You pitch, you're healthy. The same thing with Cole last year, how the Yankees tried to spin it. Oh, he had a hamstring issue. Well, then don't pitch, right? That's just my opinion. And there's nothing you can say, no excuses, right? Early on in the game, the Mets had opportunities offensively. They didn't get it done. Scherzer gave the offense no chance. 7-0, that's a joke. And you know what? You can't make excuses, right? Again, people can say, oh, you should have pitched DeGrom. You can't be result-oriented. If Scherzer would have thrown 8 scoreless innings, you would have thought it was the greatest move in the world. But because you see the runs he gave up, and guess what? Now you want DeGrom on the mound. Doesn't work like that. And that's it, right? All you got to do now, right? It's 7-0 in the 5th inning. It'll take a miracle to come back, clearly. It is what it is. You can't do nothing about this game unless you come back. You know, again, if I know the Mets, and I think we all do, they'll make it interesting in the 8th inning. It might score 3 runs, right? They usually do that when they're getting blown out. It's, what are you going to do, right? Well, it's not even about DeGrom, right? Again, last time I checked, the Mets were only down 2-0 when they had men on base. They didn't get it done. You left how many men on base? 3 men and 2 men in scoring position, and you didn't get it done. It is what it is, right? And the Mets deserve every problem that they caused. That's it in this game. In this game, again, you can't give up 7 runs and expect your team to win. It's just that simple. All right? 2 outs, 7-0 Padres, 5th inning.
4 homers and 7 runs is Trevor May. His first pitch is a strike. It is unbelievable.
Steven Natsuchuk.
7 runs goes to a crowd of 42,000.
Well, how about not paying Scherzer? How about that? You can't do that, right? Again, if I hear a thing about the oblique, that's a fucking excuse. I'm sorry.
Hard to see it coming.
It is, and it's aberration. The Padres had hit
Lion, you might be right, but you know what? If you take the mound and you take the ball, you're healthy. Everything else goes out the window. I don't want to hear it.
4 homers for the first time in a postseason.
Yankee, listen, Dan the Man, are you really talking about the Yankees right now? Brave fans have a ton more respect than Yankee fans right now. Come on.
They have indeed quieted Citi Field so far. Profar, the last to go yard, then Machado. 7 zip.
The Yankee fans that were nowhere to be found for 2 months. Jeez, at least the Brave fans have something to troll about. What do the Met fans have? I mean, the Yankee fans have. All right, 7-0, bottom of the 5th. Not looking pretty. Gavin, he might have hurt his oblique in the process holding that big wallet. Listen, I have no problem. All right, what is 62 home runs get the Yankees? A trip to the postseason, right? And you know, Yankee fans, if you want to have a leg to stand on, why don't you talk about Stanton? He's the only one that shows up in the playoffs because Judge doesn't. Okay, Jason, but 10.5 game lead at what point? It took 4.5 months. All right. Guys, if you're going to troll, at least let the Brave fans troll. Right? At least they got a leg to stand on. They have a championship. Well, hype, the Dodger fans don't have nothing to talk about either. I mean, come on. Pandemic World Series, can't get over the hump in the 162-game season. Brave fans, enjoy. Yeah, Jake, you can't say that either. It's result-oriented at this point. It's very simple. All right, bottom of the fifth, 7-0 Padres.
Identity crisis. This is not the 101 win team, but the San
Butterscotch, he's probably not healthy, but you know what?
In the City Field and blasted 4 homers.
You take the ball, you're healthy. That goes for any other pitcher that takes the ball saying they're healthy. If you're not healthy, that's on you. It's on the player. Pitch better. I don't know what to tell you.
Padres have 7 hits, 4 homers. Here we go with Yu Darvish first pitch. Good one in there to Marcana.
Again, the Yankee fans really have a leg to stand on. I mean, even the lowly Mets made a World Series in the last 10 years than you guys did. So,
50 pitches for Yu Darvish.
I mean,
Get
yikes.
through the first 4 innings.
Darvish going old school.
Well, Tim,
Sort of the slash with the glove.
pitching is really not the problem.
I haven't seen that since
Except for, like, 7 runs is crazy. But it's the offense. It really is. You got to score runs, give your pitcher a chance. I feel like you got to put up zeros all the time. A lot of pop-ups.
Cronenworth keeps Soto away. Before you do that, listen to this.
That right there sounds like slug.
For a team that doesn't slug very much, you're absolutely right. Those 4 home runs, StatCast powered by Google Cloud.
Well, Pete,
Would you
honestly,
have guessed that Josh Bell's was the
I don't think the Phillies are going to be an easy. Again, they can still lose 2 games to the Cardinals, but the Phillies are not going to be an easy out. Again, you didn't play great against them all year. Again, what does that really mean? But still.
I got out of here in a hurry.
No, committee, I agree. But it was 2-0 when the Mets had 2 men on base. It was 3-0 when the Mets had 2 men on base. They didn't get it done either. You know, might be a lot different if you scored a couple of runs off of Darvish. You know, the bats of the Padres might be a little tight as well. Might squeeze a little tighter. This,
They are the cheerleaders in a sense, objective, but rooting for their home team. You get into the national broadcasters, and it's not the same because this isn't who you cover. I don't mean you don't know these guys. We know them really well. But you don't get that same, I know everything about the Mets, and we're rooting for the Mets. Tonight, this has been a hard one for Mets fans to watch, regardless of who's calling the game.
Yeah, great point. Don Orsillo and Mark Grant, great job out in San Diego. And, of course, Jerry, Keith, and Ron are some of the best. Hey, Howie Rose, too. Don't forget about the radio guys, right?
Absolutely right.
Howie and Wayne. Howie Rose, a legend in his own right.
Got a 1-ball, 2-strike count on Escobar. That ball's hit hard to center. Grisham going back, still going back. He leads.
Hey, we got a run. Hey, 1-0. Comeback immense. Doo-doo-doo. Of course, we can do that with men on base.
That's Eduardo's 21st. First for the postseason.
So there, 99.5 miles per hour off the bat. Padres made a
All right, well,
statement.
the Mets get on the board.
Up in the top of the fifth, and Escobar at least gets one back.
Again, they finally hit a ball over the plate hard.
Still a lot of baseball left. One of the reasons why he doesn't like counting guys with the heater, even though the numbers indicate he should.
7-1. Got to start somewhere, right? When the Mets score, they do score in bunches. Far and few between, but they do. Well, Chris, you're going to listen to Salicata. He's kind of, well. Look, can you take a guy seriously on May 31st saying the NL East is over? Come on. All right, 1 out. 7-1 Padres. Solo homer by Escobar. Nito pops it up.
Pops another one up, and Soto.
2 outs.
And there to make the easy play. Producer Andy Jenkins.
It's funny, that Escobar home run didn't look like it was going out, to be honest with you.
Yeah, Josh Bell, that monster he hit the left field, that wasn't 95. That was Profar's. 95.2 down on.
It takes a picture to know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the way some Brave fans are saying, like, the Mets won,
402 feet.
but the Braves beat the Phillies like 14-5. Oh yeah, like the Mets did. They played 3 games better than them. And Nimmo ground ball down the line should be a double. He's going to third. Safe. All right. 2-out triple by Nimmo, excuse me. Well,
Gets in safely with 2 outs, down 6 to third base. I think Joey Cora at third wanted him to stay at second just because he created havoc.
that was a risk, but he got it.
Darvish with a runner at second. Soto showing off his arm, making it a lot closer than what a lot of people thought.
You know what's crazy? The Padre went right to the bullpen phone after the home run and double. So that's interesting. A guy who's been dominant basically the whole game. All right, come on, Frankie. Big spot here. Make this a 7-3 ball game. You never know. He's leaving the ball up a little bit.
Adora struggled against the breaking pitch from the left side.
Congratulations, Lake Show. Enjoy. Well, Aaron, thanks for the super chat, but that's not really a fun comment, a legit comment. They're just not scoring right now. They don't suck. 101 win team is not a bad team. They're struggling right now, no doubt about that. But Darvish is also losing the strike zone as well.
That must look like a good pitch to hit up in that strike zone.
Well, you set your eyes up, especially against you, Darvish, because he throws so many breaking pitches. You tend to chase those, and exactly that looked really good, 85 miles per hour in the upper third quadrant.
Ah, Frankie, base hit. Can't swing at that garbage.
Pitch has been a headache for Lindor all season long.
Just notice
I mean, Jakey,
the previous slider
okay,
86,
but
87 up and away.
you can't give up 4 home runs.
Similar spin, similar shape. Speed gets Lindor there and the location.
Because the Yankees had a great first half. That was basically it. Their second half is garbage.
Ahead 1-2.
Lindor pops it up. God damn it.
Should be an easy one for the third baseman,
Yes.
and it is. They'll strand another one at third. The Mets are 1 for 7 with runners in scoring.
1 for 7 with runners in scoring position. That's the game right there. The Mets are down by 6. 1 for 7 with runners in scoring position. That's the game right there. Or at least a close game if you get 3 or 4 of those runs. Aaron, thank you for the super chat. Yeah, they do got to show up in prime time, Aaron. Absolutely. That's the thing. Like, again, look, Lindor in his career in the playoffs with Cleveland, extremely good. So he's been good in his career in the playoffs. He destroyed the Yankees when he played them when he was with Cleveland. He was one of their best performers in the postseason. Again, big difference when you're in New York, but hey. Yeah, that's where it's annoying. That was a fastball right down the middle. He popped it up. He was trying to go deep. That's what he's trying to do. When Lindor is on his game, he takes that the other way and it goes to left field. Home slice, if Scherzer is injured and the Mets make that excuse, they're going to get killed by me. 100%. If he's hurt, don't pitch him. Put in Taiwan Walker in his spot then. I don't get that. Or pitch DeGrom or pitch Bassett, whatever you want to do. I'm sorry. You just can't do that. I don't want to hear about an injury. I don't want to hear if he was hurting. Too bad. Don't pitch. You pitch, you take the ball, you're healthy. Yeah, of course Marte looks great. The guy hasn't played in a month. And he looks better offensively than every other player on the team right now, which makes no sense. All right, so top of the 6, 7-1
They have used the long ball.
Padres.
Same way the Braves did in that
Trevor May is in the
series
ball
in
game.
New York last weekend. Max Scherzer out last.
I agree,
After
Aaron.
Trevor
You have
May's
to.
In,
It's
we head to the 6th inning. David Cohen and Eduardo Perez must
again, you clearly are a Yankee fan. I mean, the Yankees haven't shown up in a couple of years either. You know, they've won 100 games how many years in a row besides this year? And they didn't get it done. You know, you guys won 100 games last year. You got knocked out in one game against the Red Sox. You guys didn't show up either, right? Cole didn't show up. And then they blamed the hamstring. That was the excuse.
And you can start running around Darvish with the stolen bases. Is that anti-2022 analytics because he made it a home run?
Well, you know what? I guarantee you, all the teams that have buys, you better win because you're going to have egg on your face if the teams that won the wild card wins that series and beats you guys. Because nobody really knows how the buy is going to do to any team.
He's looking for. And Escobar is there, and that'll retire Cronenworth.
JD, you never talked about the Padres. You only talked about the Dodgers. Nobody said the Padres were a bad team. I don't think.
Enter MLB Base Chase in the MLB Playout or through MLB.com/play. Restrictions will apply. You can see official rules for details. One down in the 6th.
It's not a bad thought, Carl. It's something that obviously is a little bit of a bygone era, I guess. But, if you're trying to play to win the game, it's a reasonable...
Yeah, Shane, I don't think it's father term. I actually think he's injured. But I'm not using that excuse because he pitched. So he's healthy. That's the way I see it.
Would have excited this crowd.
Well, Myers nearly sent that straight back up here.
Grayson, that's a stupid comment because it's not true. The Braves won one more game than the Mets.
Start 01, it's a different story.
That's a stupid comment. Anybody can beat anybody in the playoffs. Well, Aaron Judge better show up in the playoffs because he hasn't done it in his career. It's been all about Giancarlo Stanton. And you can't win a World Series with just Giancarlo Stanton hitting, which seems like what the Yankees usually do.
His tenured San Diego Padre, Will Myers, off this ride with his team. He's been used different ways. He's played a bunch of different positions. In fact, he's pitched a little bit this year. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Now, Eddie, we had one game less than the Braves in the series. Oh, Phil, you can't look back at that now. Shane probably, but again, he claimed himself as healthy. He's healthy. If he brings it up in the post game, he's going to get destroyed by me, 100%. All right, DG, you're done. Because you're probably a Yankee fan, and you have no leg to stand on either. Cortez is the ace of the Yankee staff, but he's not pitching in game 1. It's going to be Cole. You know, Cole's going to give up his 2 or 3 home runs, and the Yankees are going to score runs, and he's going to give up a couple of leads, and it's going to come down to the bullpens.
Matt stopped trusting his fastball, 94-mile-per-hour pitch. Person was able to turn on it.
Nice pitch. All of a sudden, Trevor May has been one of our best pitches so far. It's crazy. Over the last week. 2 outs.
So we know what the Dodgers did this year, and the Padres were 5-14 against them. But when you face a team that's good, does it condition you?
Well, Ken, they better not bring. I'll tell you right now.
It's an interesting thought. It really is. The dragon up the freeway, right? That's what the Padres owner called the Dodgers. Trying to slay that dragon.
But this is the offense also when they acquired Bell that they thought they were going to get power. Christian has had a terrible offensive season, elite defensively, and that's the reason he's in there.
Let's not act like the Dodgers weren't trying to get Max Scherzer. The Mets just overpaid. The Dodgers were in on Scherzer to the last second, so let's not act like they let him go completely.
2-0 to Hassan Kim, and this Padre team, with all the moves that Preller made,
May's been good.
United the San Diego baseball community. They are the equal of Seattle and the other great cities that are in this postseason as far as their enthusiasm.
Did they just talk about the Padres city being a great fan base? They lost a football team. How are they a great fan base? They didn't show up.
But in a lot of ways, penalize the fan base. You don't get a home game until you get to the next round.
And 4 straight balls.
Take my bat because he was sort of thinking, do I go to first with it? Do I give it to somebody else? Walk to Hassan Kim.
Shane, thank you for the super chat. And I don't know about that comment, but what are you going to do?
First base side, so he takes out his way to second.
It's very polite.
The Yankees last year? Or the year before that?
Came up in the KBO, a lot of polite people.
Yeah.
Except the bat flip thing. I mean, that's
it's cultural. It's different there, right? It's amazing how the celebration part really does become cultural.
Seattle Mariners are dangerous, especially with their pitching staff. Especially with Castillo as their ace.
Of course, Kim's.
All right, Lion, I got to let you go. You don't have to be stupid. You really don't.
There was conversation prior to Tatis getting the performance-enhancing drug suspension. What do you do with him? Like, do you put him back at shortstop? And Bob Melvin was telling us during the season while we were
well, we can all agree it's better than Apple.
Play some short, but he's probably going to play center field too. Kim goes. Throw down.
And he's out. Nice throw by Nito. Got him out. Well, Puff Cloud, I agree. I think it's kind of stupid. But again, when you add more teams, you can't play until the middle of November for the World Series. You just can't. Unless you're going to put it in a neutral site dome. And they're never going to do that. So it's like, it is what it is. Again, who cares about the home games? At this point, if the score stays the way it is, 3 out of the 4 road teams won game 1. So what did home field advantage mean for anybody? Really nothing. So with that said, guys, we're going to the bottom of the 6th. Mets trail 7-1. The Mets will have up 3, 4, 5. McNeil, Alonso, Vogelback. I agree, committee. I look. One thing that's gonna destroy or at least be a problem for the Yankees necessarily don't have a closer, right? And I thought it was Montas is not even going to be ready for the postseason, and that's who they got as the second guy on the best pitcher in the market. But they should have got Castillo. Well, Alien, that was the Phillies in the season. Again, if the Padres let this game go, they might as well not even. If the Padres lose this game, they shouldn't even show up tomorrow. Grayson, and your point is, the Yankees run New York. Oh, that World Series appearances haven't been fond of you since 2009. The Braves, yes, they do. They've done it for a long, long time, basically my entire life. All right, 3, 4, 5 for the Mets.
On ESPN. Padres and Mets City Field, those 3 games are on ESPN. To court this as well. And the Phillies Cardinals.
I didn't watch the games. I was busy. I was working and doing a lot of stuff that I had to do. I caught the highlight of the Phillies comeback. That was it in the 9th. That was it.
Joey, or some of Mets staff. McNeil will lead things off here in the bottom of the 6th, down by 6. And McNeil knows that.
We're just out in front of those pitches.
What you guys make of the first 3 wild card game ones? What stood out to you?
Pitching early on. I mean, with Shane Bieber and McClanahan, they put on a show.
Yeah.
Shane, that's one thing I agree with. I think the problem, I don't like when teams or managers talk about looking in the next game. Like, worry about game 1. If you don't win game 1, it's a problem, especially in a 3-game series. But Grayson, why does that matter to you? Yankee fans should never talk about Mets fans. If you talk about big brother, little brother run New York, you shouldn't talk about Mets fans. I don't understand you, Yankee fans. You make Brave fans look great. That's how stupid you guys are.
Started bouncing balls and just couldn't get them out of the dirt.
I wonder how much that injury that he had sustained to his finger really interfered with his ability to throw strikes.
Like, it makes no sense.
1 inning, 4
Like,
runs, 35 pitches.
if you guys run New York and we're the little brother, we all know that. We know that. You're saying something we know. Like, you're not hurting our feelings. Pops it up, should be 1 out, and it is.
What was that like? Is that a mental thing, a physical thing, when you just kept putting the ball in the dirt?
Yeah, well, Alien, it's not even about that. It's just the fact that, like, you're saying stuff that you think is hurting the Mets fans' feelings. Like, you're not.
It just unravels in a hurry, and it's hard to make adjustments on the fly. Your heart just goes faster than your body.
Like, how many more times you can hear the Yankee fans talk about cheating Astros? Like, they couldn't hit the Yankee Stadium either. Come on. Stop. Jesus.
Every pitch is so much more magnified in postseason.
At least the Braves won a World Series. They have a leg to stand on.
Carl, you were asking about impressions from the early playoff games.
All right, 1 out. Bottom of the 6th, 7-1 Padres.
Like, with his closer going to
Excuse me.
He does not mess around when it comes to just jumping for the jugular in the postseason.
Clase came in. He was really good. The game took 2 hours and 17 minutes. They pitched quickly.
I mean, would anybody be shocked if Alonso hits a solo home run? Yeah, VP, exactly.
Shea Weaver, I mean, just
No, Eric, I'm not saying it's over. It's just a matter of the Phillies looked lifeless the first 8 innings of that game too, and it took a check swing to get the runs in to take the lead. And that's a base hit. Of course, Pete Alonso gets a blue base hit.
It's nice to see the art of pitching.
Little Greg Maddux in there.
Kind of coming back around. More and more, we're seeing a little bit more of that.
Alonso with a little bit more close
Well,
stance
Jakey, that's what it is. Look, the Mets put themselves in this hole. Dig out of it.
Stand on this, but he's so strong, he gets it out there.
Well, Shea pitching tomorrow. It's very simple. Yeah, that would have been a nice blue hit when he came up in the first, right?
Now, speaking of strong,
All right, Vogel back. First time up, missed a home run by a couple of feet. Just got under it.
breaking ball. Is there a number that you want to get to if you're the Mets down 6? Is there a number that would concern Bob Elvin and the Padres?
Look, the Mets got they can't worry about scoring 6 runs in a game. In an inning. You gotta chip away, 2 runs here, 1 run there. There we go. Right to Soto. Jesus Christ. Oh, hit it hard, right at somebody. Unfortunately, it's right at somebody.
They're in 2 down.
Need to focus on the game? Just tell Siri, turn on Do Not Disturb.
Why would they put that commercial with Siri? Like, everything goes off in my house. Jesus.
So, of course, Siri homered today, which led to the entire, hey, Siri, who hit the first homer in the postseason?
All right, Marte up with 2 outs. Man on
So
first.
Siri patted himself in the back.
Makes sense.
Of course, the defensive speedster bat at the bottom of the order hits the first home run.
Back to Marte. Swings at the first one and fouls it back.
So far, just looking at the reaction, Starling Marte with his swings, doesn't seem like that finger's bothering him at all. Matter of fact, just took a cut right there and held the bat with one hand, and it was the right hand afterward, the bad one. See, right? Lets it go, he's fine.
And that was the issue that the Mets were telling everybody he can't grip a ball, let alone a bat. Not get there.
I will say this is a big test for him, and maybe that's the big reason why they put him in the 6 hole.
The Mets lose this game. If they don't come out tomorrow,
If you want to substitute for him, you don't want
gas to the pedal to the metal,
But tomorrow,
and
I would not be surprised if
like your
Starling
life,
Marte is
your season depends on it.
at the top of the order.
They don't deserve to go anywhere. That's just my opinion. Again, game not over yet, but just
Still
saying.
will be on the mound for San Diego, and certainly what appears, given the situation now, DeGrom will be
He missed
for the
it.
Mets.
God
Soto,
damn it.
another one. Dark.
All right, bottom of 6th over, 7-1 Padres going to the top of 7. Look, the Mets play better when they go ahead early. It's very simple. Again, the lack of home run hitting team Padres, who are not known as a home run hitting team, got all their runs on home runs. Like, you can't predict that shit. Like, I guarantee you 4 home runs in the game. Odds were probably astronomical if there was such a thing as the Padres hitting 4 home runs tonight. Whatever the odds were, I guarantee you it was probably very good plus money. You probably could have bet $10 and probably won $1,000. That's how crazy the odds are. Yeah. Again, the Phillies looked lifeless in the first 8 innings of the game. They only had 1 run until the 9th. Again, the Padres bullpen, it could be shaky at times, but you don't think they're going to put all lefties out of the pen, knowing that the Mets struggle against lefties? And it ain't going to be a picnic tomorrow against Blake Snell. Look, there's no doubt about it. The Mets look, Jake, if the Mets lose the game, all right, Cody, you got to stop. Worry about your Braves on October 11th, please. If the Mets lose today, Scherzer's got to come out. I'm sorry. DeGrom's got to come out tomorrow in the first inning and put up a quick 0. Get the offense into the game in the first without a deficit. Scherzer didn't do that tonight. Yeah, if that was a one-game wild card, you would have seen probably half the fan base leaving, to be honest with you. I'm not even going to lie, in stadium. Again, paid a decent amount of money for those tickets. I know I did. Well, Shane, again, I guarantee you Philly fans thought it was over too. They couldn't hit a lick in that game, and they came back, and they scored 6 runs. You know, what are you going to do? It's not really optimism. It's just facts that anything could still happen in 3 innings. All right, Seth Lugo is in the game.
6-run game. Seth Lugo now on the mound for the Mets.
Look, Dylan, honestly, DeGrom doesn't have to be vintage DeGrom.
Grisham hits this one hard.
That's a
Going over
shot.
Marte,
And Marte makes a nice catch. Freaking Marte's doing everything for this team. It's even more of a bad take and a bad look for the Mets that Marte is the best player in this game right now. That shouldn't be the case. Mets fans, no, they're not. They're not. Mets fan, you gotta stop. Stop being result oriented. I hate that. Come on, can't do that. Everybody looks like a genius after the fact, right? Oh, if DeGrom was in this game, it would have been different. You don't know that. And you would be the same one that Scherzer would have went 8 scoreless innings. Oh, that was a great move. Come on.
It's a big right field.
D-Boss, it's true.
Yeah, that's been a common theme this year across the big leagues. Stay away from doubles and triples.
When Marte, who's been out a month, is the best player in this game, you have a problem with your lineup.
I would love to see Andrew.
But Jesse, that's not true. The Yankees had a power team for the last 10 years, and they didn't even make the World Series. So that's not true. Yes, long balls can come up clutch, but let's not act like every team was just hitting home runs throughout the whole playoffs and they win in the World Series. All right, there was a lot of big hits in the game that were not home runs. Alvarez is not playing right now, Tanya. Strike 3, 2 outs.
Strike 3 there to Austin Nola.
Joe Girardi's triple in 1996.
Oh, you like that one?
Well, the Mets have the high payroll without the power. But come on, guys. The Padres are not a power hitting team, and they hit 4 home runs today. You can't predict it.
It's just hard to watch all these
All right.
faces.
The political stuff can go away. Right. Jesus.
First time since 16 that the Mets are back in the postseason.
Okay, Jesse, then why do Yankees don't have 7 World Championships in 10 years, if that's the case? They were hitting – how many years in a row they had the most home runs, and they couldn't even get to the ALCS since 2017? Your logic doesn't work for all teams. I'm sorry.
Obviously, without knowing the outcome, is how much damage did that Braves series do to this team? They did bounce back in the next series, score a bunch of runs.
It's more about the pitching with the Mets right now than it is about the offense. You can't give up 5 or 6 runs and expect the offense to score 8 runs. It's just you can't do that. Now, Jesse, you would have made a better point if you would have said, "Well, the Mets offense can't score 8 runs when your pitcher gives up 7." Yes. Again, to me, yeah, we might have wanted it that way, but the outcome could have been exactly the same. We just don't know that.
But that wasn't 100% Max Scherzer that we saw tonight.
And what they're seeing is 100% of you garbage.
Well, yeah, Jesse, well, that's the point that I'm trying to make. You just made my point that your comment doesn't make sense. Yes, power matters, but it's not like teams will go into the World Series hitting 35 home runs in the postseason. You know, big home runs, yes, but The Padres hit 4 in this game. Usually don't get 4 home runs in a game like that.
100+ win percentage.
And who would have thought that the Mets bullpen has been better than the Mets starters in the month of September?
Has played a big part in all of this. For that reason alone, the first
Daniel, that's the problem. If you can't get your breaking balls and off-speed pitches over for a strike or let them fish, they're going to hit your fastballs no matter who you are.
You're a San Diego Padre fan. You're realizing the player that makes everything tick in right now. It's been Jurickson Profar. He's been outstanding for the last month and a half of the season, getting on base at a high clip.
Yeah, I mean,
Tonight,
did the Phillies win on
base
power
3
today?
times,
No.
had a single or home run.
It took a check swing getting through the infield to get them started and give them the lead.
This is certainly a different
All right, the Phillies have what? The third most home runs in baseball? Or second?
This guy.
Or third, if I'm not mistaken? They're in the top 5. They didn't win with home runs.
And they're doing that with Soto 0 for 3 tonight. Manny was 0 for 2 prior to hitting that homer.
Round ball should end the inning, and it does. All right, Mets got 3 more turns at bat to make this game interesting, or they're going into tomorrow in elimination mode. But Jesse, again, your comment earlier about power, you are just making you're making your comment more relevant and more irrelevant with that. The Cardinals bullpen isn't good, but it took a check swing. It wasn't like they hit a 3-run bomb. It was a check swing. You know, the Padres are not a big home run hitting team. They're in the middle of the pack, just like the Mets are. But they hit home runs in this spot. Yeah, Bobby, right? Jakey, yeah, the $4.99 thing I'm rounding off. I'm not that mean. Jeez. Most people did that. $4.99, $9.99, whatever it was. So, yeah. And once again, guys, since it's been late in the game and I haven't said it, giving a $5 donation to the channel enters you for a chance to win a giveaway mystery box with a whole bunch of Mets merchandise that's worth about $100, probably more. You know, I get a whole bunch of stuff and throw stuff in there. I don't really look what I'm throwing in to be honest. If you ask Grant, which I think Grant's working today at the bar pretty hard and probably throwing a few back at the moment. Well, Luis, that's 100%. All right, Jakey, you're in. I got you. Got my handy dandy notebook. All right. Well, yeah, we could talk down to the cows come home, right? The DH has been a struggle. We had 1 month good of Escobar. Well, it's not over yet. It's only 1 game, right? Oh, Alien, that's not good. That must be Cali. Not like New York is any better, but what are you gonna do? So just waiting for the commercial to come back. The Mets are coming up in the bottom of the 7th. See if they show any signs of life offensively instead of a solo home run by Escobar. Yes, Tim, yes. But, Tim, I can't give it to a Brave fan. That's not fair. Yeah, just so you know, guys, a 99-cent super chat or super sticker, well, YouTube basically takes all that. So, and again, the $5 donation, they get like 40% of it anyway. Shane, I guarantee you a lot of people are going to say that it was a must-win game for the Padres. But let's be honest, it's a must-win game for everybody. It's a 3-game series. You know what I'm saying? I guarantee you the Padres fans were talking about it's being a must-win game.
The 4-seed Mets,
Yeah, Todd.
7-1.
Again, if his oblique is hurting, he shouldn't have pitched.
Earned run 3 days, 11 flyouts. Scherzer tonight, 7 earned runs, 4 home runs.
Exactly, Tim.
Most of his very, very good postseason career.
All right, Mark Hanna leading off, 7-1 Padres.
Darvish into the 7th. Continues the trend of these really good starters today. He's the 5th starter in the wild card game to pitch into the 7th inning or later. Shift back towards that.
There you go, Elliot.
Maybe.
That's one thing Darvish has done all year long, really. As you said, his pitch count, great shape right here.
And you go back to the first inning, 1st and 3rd, got out of it. 2nd inning, runner at 3rd. After the stolen bases, the 2 got out of it. And then, as you said, it tends to get better and better. If you can get him early, you got to get him.
Yeah, that's what Mike Grant talked about. Darvish gets through the first couple of innings, he tends to really settle in.
33 pitches
Yeah, right, Joe?
for the first inning. It's not 45.
San Diego bullpen.
Tim, I think a lot of people, at least Braves and Met fans, are rooting for that for the most part. Snell is really good. Again, Snell can have his moments. Like, he's not Darvish. Darvish, when he's dominant, he's dominant. Snell has his moments. He gets very emotional on the mound when it's not going his way. So, similar to Scherzer, to be honest with you.
3 balls and a strike on the 80th pitch.
Yeah, mixed directly, exactly.
And then scheduled Tomas Nido. 20-year-old Francisco Alvarez is on the roster. We've seen a lot of 20, 21-year-old guys impact the postseason series.
Oh.
High strike call, 3 balls, 2 strikes.
I know the biggest difference.
Tanya, I think that's why he's on the roster.
Years ago to now, that's it right there. The high breaking.
Well, it's either going to be Ruff or Alvarez, that's for sure.
Darvish is yet to give up a walk. 1 hit by pitch.
Canada. Foul.
Foul ball.
And he's doing it with the slider, the cutter, the fastball. He'll use it at any count, and that's why these guys are taking this.
Well, again,
not a lot of exit velocity from
a lefty starter in Snell and 4 lefties in the bullpen for the Padres. They went right-handed dominant. So mostly all the right-handers that were on the roster in the season are basically on the team except for Vientos.
Great shot right there of how close Darvish stays for how long he does. Hides the ball, and yes. Check swing.
Oh, like you said, Committee, you can't look at the past, right?
There be games where he's relied on his 4-seamer. Tonight, clearly this at-bat cutter slider. Canada's just all locked up.
All locked up in the pitch sequence. He's not challenging him with a fastball. The thing is, once you start looking soft and softer, the slider, different velo, 82, 81. Oh.
Canada's putting together a good at-bat.
A rare extended at-bat, too, for a man hitter. This will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat. Only the 3rd that a batter has seen 6 or more pitches. What does he do on a 3-2?
That was ball 4, but staying alive, right? At the very least, increasing its count.
I talked to Mark before the game, and he kind of loads and stays in there. That's why he has so many hit by pitches. So a front door cutter or a front door breaking ball is a good strategy to him. Kind of locks him up a little bit. You see another check swing. Not sure if that's a strike or not. But another high cutter.
Well, Brody got his Diaz, so kind of out in front of that slider.
That has been middle up. There hasn't been anything down in the zone. That's done on purpose. It's exactly what he wants to do. But he's doing it with just 2 pitches.
Here's the problem. The biggest weapon for the Mets, they can't use him unless they got a lead or at least a tie game.
On those pitches. It's like he's not seeing it well.
10th pitch of the at-bat on the way to Canada, who was drafted by the Marlins in the 7th round out of Cal. 2-year, $26.5 million deal with an option for the 3rd year.
Well, kind of a really nice at bat. This is the type of at bats the Mets usually have. Committee, I know, but where would the Mets have been without Diaz this year?
Alex Cora's in the building. Do you think now with the number of pitches that are being seen, he starts to think back to his big at-bat, all those pitches ended up with a homer? Is that entering his mind at all? I've seen this before.
I agree, Shane.
Might get there.
Number 11 on a 3-2 pitch.
And another foul ball. Best at bat so far by a Met. What is it? 10 pitches?
Almost looks like it's in slow.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11 pitch at bats so far.
He doesn't give an inch.
Ken, you ain't kidding.
Very methodical between pitches. This one he caught up front.
Well, Tim, 1 of 2 right now.
Everything was front foot.
Failed. We'll see what the ground does tomorrow if the Mets don't come back.
So the exit velo on all of them under 85 miles an hour. That time he
And goes with the fastball and gets it done.
Puts it up on the infield and Kim banks it.
1 out.
Does Jake Rutherford. Blew him in the baseball all the way to the second base side of the bat.
Carl, you were referring to, of course, Alex Cora's 18 pitch at bats.
Look at that. Throwing all cutters, sliders, and changeups. The one fastball he throws, a little late on it and pops it up.
Got to 12. Jake, yeah, I see what you did. It's your ball. Some reports out of Boston that they're re-engaging with Xander Bogaerts.
Well, Mets 21-28, then don't pitch him. Because that's another excuse that I don't want to hear. Again, if Max Scherzer is battling that oblique still, don't pitch. I have more respect for you if you say, hey, I'm injured, I can't pitch, than going out there and being a liability. You can't pitch well and say, oh, I feel great, and then when you pitch bad, oh, I'm hurt. All right, that's an excuse. You go out on the mound, there's no excuse.
Absolutely, and that's the leadership, though, that Manny Machado has provided the entire season. I think it all stems from last year when he called out Fernando Tatis Jr. in the dugout.
This a little bit, up high.
Hey, Jakey, let's go, man.
I mentioned Darvish has really exploited the top of the zone with breaking stuff. And today's umpires, or today's strike zone calls those pitches as opposed to more margin off the plate that we saw back in the 90s.
Well, you can hear Darvish grunting, so he's getting a little tired. 91 pitches.
Just a bit outside.
It's the iPhone strike zone. You know, you lay it down on its side. That was 1990.
Vertical, horizontal.
Vertical, it's 2022. It's the same square footage, right? Just
he is missed consistently now, up and out.
He's starting to get tired. You can tell he's leaving everything up. And the Mets still can't hit him.
Twin, White Sox, and Diamondback. Still,
Kim, you're funny. Thanks for the super chat, buddy.
No action yet in that Padre bullpen. 3-1.
Nice pitch.
He will not
All right,
give in.
Suarez, the righty,
Right there,
is going to be warming up in the bullpen for the Padres.
Darvish stays close just about as long as any pitcher in the big leagues. That double hitch leg kick almost keeps his back or his shoulder turned until the very last minute, longer than just about anybody else. That creates that deception.
Robert Suarez starting some soft touch.
Oh, Escobar right to – oh, he missed it.
Can't make the play. Bounces off the wall. And Escobar
Oh, wow.
Adds a double to his
Soto
home run
played that
tonight.
ball bad, so went out double for Escobar. That should have been a catch by Soto.
Wind continues to blow strongly towards right field. And Juan Soto misjudged this one.
All right, Tim. I got you.
It was a few pitches ago where Darvish walked off the mound and looked like maybe he had gotten a little tight back or shoulder, so they bring the trainer out to talk with him.
So now they're got the trainer out with Darvish. They're taking him out. Oh, no, they're keeping him in.
Looked like they said the right thing.
Wow. Okay. Well, you're going to get blocked anyway, so you're that typical Phillies fan.
There was a pitch earlier in which he came off the mound and was walking around, but he's locking up.
All right, so Darvish is locking up now, starting to tighten up. Robert Suarez is warming up in the bullpen for the Padres, and he's probably coming out of the game. All right, Luis Guillorme.
Luis Guillorme's pinch hitter. That may
Pinch
be what this
hitting.
conversation is more about that Darvish's physical health also allowed Suarez more time to get loose.
Pinch hitting for Nito. Well, I mean, if you don't want, God forbid Darvish is hurt or tight, you don't want him to hurt something where you can jeopardize playing in the NLDS if you make it if you beat the Mets. You know what I'm saying? So, but Luis Guillorme is a good pinch hit appearance here. The only lefty on the bench for the Mets.
Marte was out third base. Neal went up the outfield. He moved over to second base. Swings and misses at that one for Darvish. He's thrown 20 pitches.
Guillorme is just one of those plays. The hard-nosed player. Not great with the bat, but a wizard with the glove. Ken, that's true.
See him looking down at his right foot, his right leg. Assume this is the trust factor.
Well, apparently it's something with his tightening of his leg or something. I don't know.
He's going to do what he's going to do, and there.
Oof. What a pitch. That was a nasty pitch. 2 outs.
Through a 67-mile-an-hour.
That was no contest.
Curveball in there for the strikeout.
Well, that's what we've seen all night is the variance and velocity of all of his pitches. This one by far the slowest curveball he's thrown all night.
Well, ever since he's came back from the injured list, he hasn't been the same player.
That's not fair. Just want to let you know that is not fair as a hitter.
5 inches more drop than the average curveball.
All right, Nimmo up, 2 outs, 1 on.
Only his first 6-week.
Another runner in scoring position for the Mets.
Slapped down the line to the seats. Brandon Nimmo.
Got 97 in the pocket.
Well, Tim, they need 2 more men on base at least.
You get a ticket for that.
They got to get to that point first.
Good night for Escobar with a homer and a double, but he's been about the only shining star for the Mets offensively. Yu Darvish deserves all the credit in the world. Trying to get through the 7th.
Well, apparently it was something with his leg, with Darvish's leg.
A lot of interest in this guy, Brandon Nimmo, for the offseason.
You get a lot of callers, that's for sure.
Big gap in right center field with Grisham shaded towards left and shallow in left is Profar. Darvish misses outside with a splinter. The other thing we're seeing, Cody, in baseball too, a lot of these older pitchers having great success. It's not just the young man's game on the mound. There's a lot of veteran pitchers who are pitching really well.
Nimmo struggles, swings at the first pitch when he's struggling. He's done that his entire career. When he's going well, he'll take a lot of pitches.
And all the advancements that the pitchers have with their labs, etc., and video. Video is a game changer. The use of it. When you're married to it, like Darvish, you're probably learning a lot. You're still learning a lot at 36 years old.
Learning how your body moves better than ever.
Yeah.
Another pitch down the middle they popped up.
Kim is there. Darvish gets through 7 innings.
Jesus. Again, Darvish challenges them and then not hit in the – look at that. It was a hanging – that was a fastball right down the middle, and he popped it up. So, going to the top of the 8th, 7-1 Padres. The Mets just did nothing today. Left many – this is what, 1 for 8 were runners in scoring position, which is the difference in the game, right? You score 4 or 5 runs with those men on, it would be an actual game. And Scherzer basically from the first inning gave up runs and put the Mets behind. No, Shane, DeGrom is fine. According to everybody, he's fine. So so once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, you missed a lot. 4 home runs by the Padres is all the offense they got. And it's not like they're hitting a ton of pitches all over the place, but they got the clutch home runs where they needed them, and they got them. And that's exactly what they did. Just looking at something really quick. Let's see. Yep. Chris Fields. Look, I don't even care if the Mets come back in this ball game, which is funny. If the Mets don't come, if the Mets miraculously come back in this game, DeGrom better pitch no matter what. Well, Mr. X's, it's kind of a little of both, but is this commercial serious? I don't want to. Okay, whatever. I saw something. I could have been wrong, but I feel like that's the issue. Whatever. But it's a little bit of both, right? But it's more of the fact that you can't have a pitcher give up early games like that. You can't go down 2-0 in the first inning, and then 3-0, and then 4-0, and then 7-0. What is the offense supposed to do? Early on, yeah, you can definitely say, all right, cool. It happens. Right? David Peterson is on the mound for the Mets.
Scherzer for a bunch of home runs, 4 of them. And really never in doubt. After the 5th inning, James McCann is now in to catch behind home plate.
McCann is catching behind the plate now. Luis Guillorme pinching for Nito in the 7th.
Swing and a miss for Manning. Seven and 5, 2.383 ERA on the season for Peterson.
Peterson struck out Machado on 3 pitches. Peterson pitched angry in that bat. Jesus.
All right, boys, what's the bounce back plan like if you're the New York Mets? How do you get up off the mat? A, you have to ROM. That's a good thing right there.
Yeah, that's it, right? Hey, there's your bounce back plan right there.
I got B as well. DeGrom.
It's all with the starting pitcher. You set the tone. We saw it tonight.
Excuse me.
And it helps, when you draw first blood. We also saw that tonight with the Padres.
Well, Ken, a lot of people forget when Peterson came up because Stroman opted out, Syndergaard went for Tommy John. Peterson stepped up in the pandemic season. He was our best pitcher. Fly ball. The wind's going to blow it right field, but stay in the park. 2 outs.
Very busy, and he makes the nice play. Take a look at tonight's moment to remember. Brought to you by the Wells Fargo Active Cash Credit Card.
No, Chris, it wasn't even about just 4 bad pitches. It was about him giving up those 2 home runs early. They were both on 2 outs.
And then they got a little louder, and that one was on a line from Machado, so they're perfecting their celebrations. San Diego
They were hitting him well the entire game. It's very, very simple.
Tonight. Awfully impressive. Find out exactly what's up with Darvish. I'm sure at a post-game press conference for this cramp or something with his leg, because he'll be in there answering questions about his performance tonight, which was outstanding. There you go, Tony. There's baseball 2022 in the postseason. 15 of the 23 runs scored come as a result of a home run.
Power pitching versus power hitting. A head-on collision between the two.
Well, he did a home run, so.
If you're just
But yeah, I mean, you see the damage that was done in this game.
The power of the plate and the beach.
Well, Peterson looked good in the 8th. Let's see. All right, so we're going to the bottom of the 8th. 7-1 Padres. Like, it's been the top of the order and the bottom order. The middle order didn't really do nothing. But it's been a combination of everybody for the Padres lineup, right? Yeah, so once again, guys, we're going to the bottom of the 8th. Mets down by 6 runs. Looking for a miracle comeback that the way the offense has been looking, even today, just nothing. Maybe we can hit the bullpen. I don't know. Again, I'm not no expert in the bullpen of the Padres. I'm not going to say that. Well, Shane, not really, because it was a bloop hit. Well, Jonathan, it wasn't the Mets defense or the Phillies defense that, or the Mets defense that really is pitching has been the problem. And it was Keith Hernandez. Well, again, I guarantee you guys you're going to hear something about, again, Max Scherzer might not say it, but I guarantee you Buck Showalter or Epler or somebody's going to come out with the team and say, oh, he's been battling the oblique. It's been an issue. Well, don't effing pitch him. That's the way I see it. Throw Peterson in the ballgame or Jacob deGrom or throw somebody else in his spot. Throw Bassett in game 1 or deGrom in game 1. If it's that much of an issue. Well, no, I think year 2 is guaranteed. I think year 3 is a mutual option, if I'm not mistaken. One of those are an opt-out. I think it's the second year is an opt-out. Well, listen, in the biggest games, Scherzer did not perform. He's been good. But again, he missed 9 weeks. That's a problem. I agree, Shane. All right. Bottom of the 8th, 7-1 Padres.
College football starts noon Eastern, 11 a.m. Central. The 118th Red River Showdown. Longhorns and Sooners will be playing at the Cotton Bowl on our Week 5 Monday Night Football.
Lindor leading off. 2, 3, 4 for the Mets.
And the Chiefs. You guys look really good in his last outing. Mahomes was
Yeah, year 3 is an opt-out, yeah.
outstanding. I'm sure you were locked into that.
Jacob, how you
Yeah,
doing?
he can do it all. Razzle dazzle. I mean, he's an exciting player to watch.
Unpredictable. Robert Suarez handles the 8th inning for the Padres.
Well, Shane, it wasn't on short rest for Jacob DeGrom. It was on. Everybody was on regular rest.
Mahomes is like the
DeGrom had an extra day.
right, with all the angles and delivery and all that.
Well, Jonathan, this is not about Buck at all. What are you supposed to do? You're throwing your ace out there, and he didn't perform. That's not on Buck. Now, if he put in a bullpen arm, or didn't put in a bullpen arm, another hard hit ball right at somebody.
Padres pitchers 13. Darvish had, and there's the first one in the air. Suarez.
Well, Jonathan, we had a laid back manager, Luis Rojas, and that was a complete disaster.
So there you go, Cody. This is referring to perhaps a change in philosophy. Maybe it's the fact that there are 3 games and not just a 1-game wild card. So you're trying to save your bullpen, but 4 starts of 7+ innings.
Who said starting pitching was dead?
Yeah. Or going deep into the game.
I think a big key for the Padres is because they scored 7 runs and they were able to limit so far the Mets to 1.
Jake, you can't do that.
Tater tonight.
Walker is not better than Bassett. Bassett's been our best pitcher the entire year. And McNeil, nice catch. 2 outs.
That is now confirmed. Research confirms Lofton lights.
Tell you what, though, that big smile looked like the lights.
Did.
It's really good to see George.
Jacob, I think so. But he pitched, so he's healthy. That's it. The same reason why Cole last year, they talked about his hamstring after the game. No, he was healthy.
Great feeling is feeling good in the glove.
Temporary bad feeling.
Yeah, but Jonathan, he was on regular rest. Like, what are you supposed to do? Give him 9 days off and then pitch him? That doesn't make sense.
Cody, you keep talking about it. It's all about Jacob DeGrom tomorrow
Well,
night.
I mean,
It was all about
again, we could have put
DeGrom.
Jacob DeGrom in today, and he could have given up 7 runs. And then somebody would say, well, he should have pitched Max.
As a result,
It's a result-oriented opinion. That's what it is. And pop-up should be the 3rd out, and it is. Quickly, 1-2-3 for the Mets. 7-1 going to the top of the 9th. All right, let's see. Let's see. Just looking at something, guys. All right. Jonathan, no. Well, you got to look at it this way, guys, right? If the guys are not healthy, you can't go with them. I don't care if it's Scherzer. I don't care if it's DeGrom. I don't care if it's the best pitcher in baseball. Yeah, Jake had a couple more days. But, again, this is the whole scenario where I don't think this was a Buck move because everybody, even the beat reporters, are saying this came from upper management. So if it was Epler or Cohen or whoever is upper management, yeah, Tim. 2007, 2008. So this was upper management making this decision more than Buck. But again, if Scherzer would have came out today and pitched 8 scoreless innings, people would have been praising Buck and praising the front office for pitching Scherzer first. You can't wait until after the fact and say, oh, they should have pitched this guy. That's not fair because you're not giving no credit to the Padres in that situation. Well, Ricky, all I got to say to Padre fans and San Diego fans, you're clearly not good fans when you lose a football team. That's the way I say it. That's the way I see it. Well, Shane, again, that doesn't matter either. If they would have won the division and played on October 11th, why is there any reason why we couldn't get swept by somebody? Or
And he
still
is
not
back
pitch well.
with the team, which is great, and he's on the mound now. That's the good news. The bad news is he's on the mound trailing by 6.
Also, this comes down to the offense as well. You were in this ball game for the first couple of innings until what, the 5th? You're 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position. You're not winning that way.
San Diego.
Sorry.
7 runs, 7 hits, no errors. That's 1 run. They have not committed an error either.
Carl, I was talking to the legendary Jay Horowitz before the game tonight, longtime PR director for the Mets, now the alumni director. Yep. He wanted me to send a message out for Ed Hearn.
No, John, if you look at the way he's pitching, he looks like he's not following through on his pitches.
Catcher, right behind Gary Carter.
Strikeout.
Obviously, looking for a kidney transplant.
Because hitters usually flail after that slider that he throws on the outside corner. When you're not following through on that slider, there's not enough break to trick the hitters, and they weren't swinging at those pitches, and that's the problem.
I've seen Jay tweet about that too, looking for help.
No, Shane, I agree. They scored 2 in the first, but the game wasn't over with 2 runs, right? Again, if the Mets would have scored in those first 2 innings when they had 3 men left on base, that's down the line. That might be a double.
Hassan Kim will head to second base, and here's the throw. He's in there with a double. Again, the bottom third of this order for Padres tonight has been great. Kim now has reached base 3 times. Single a walk.
All right, Jeremiah. Remind you're done.
Nolan,
you're not a real fan. You can't change teams.
Yeah, a lot of production, a lot of slug.
Ricky, I don't know. I don't. It's a tough decision, even if he pitched really well.
Bottom half of the order, and that's going to be the big question mark for the San Diego Padres.
Well, the Padres are middle of the pack in home runs, and all of their runs have been home runs today. You can't predict that for a team who's not a home run hitting team. You can't predict that.
There's a lot of this was the Brave series all over again. Feel to it. I'd love to know what the pulse of the Met fan is going into tomorrow night with DeGrom on the mound and the Padres swinging the bats the way they are.
Comes down to a 1-game series on the Mets side. You just play a series of 1 games. Your backs are against the wall.
Joe, what are you talking about?
There's no turning
I don't.
back. You push it to a game 3. Hand it over to Chris.
Did you send me something?
But Darvish, right? The first 2 starts he's made against the Mets were both 7-inning gems, and now you add another. So it's 3 starts against the Mets this year that have resulted in unbelievable success in numbers.
Well, this is what we talked about the Padres on their side. Their pitching staff is well suited for these kind of series too. You have Blake Snell and Joe Musgrove ready to go.
What you love for Darvish too, guys, is some.
Oh yeah, Joe, I saw that by tweet by DeComo.
Of course, he started Game 7 of the 2017 World Series, get knocked around by the Houston Astros. Or you talked about how you felt like at that point he was tipping his pitches. Very different looking Darvish tonight in a postseason game. It's one of the cool things about baseball. You see players evolve during the course of their careers as they get reps in the postseason.
3-2. Cody, taking advantage of your natural abilities, coupled with your desire to continue to educate yourself, take advantage of the things that are afforded you. You can keep doing this longer than perhaps we were able to as major leaguers a couple of decades ago.
It's a great point. Yu Darvish is 36 years old. In some ways better than ever.
Gibbons will run right at Kim, and now he's going to get into a run down. The ball's dropped. He'll flip it. Tag
Well,
is still
that was
there.
interesting, but they got the out.
Dropped it for a second, and he flipped it to Escobar, and that gets Kim.
Great play all
All
around.
right, Jake, have a good night, buddy.
To be able to get Kim at third.
165. Hey, one thing. Kim's got a lot of dirt in the drawers. Caught a belt buckle sliding in a second. Here he goes again to the dirt.
Well, he was hung out to dry, and the bobble almost saved him with a nice recovery.
Really good recovery. You're in no man's land as a runner. 7-1, going on contact, no problem there.
Big swing from Austin Nola, 94 from Gibbons. We got to do some work on that uniform, though, Kim. That's the best right now.
Yeah, Jonathan. Everybody knows I don't like people like, oh, my second team. Like, no, you have one team. You have two teams. You're not a real fan of a team. I'm sorry. Because you can change at any wind that blows. Like, oh, look, like JD. He's probably listening. He claims he likes the Mets, and then he talks about the Dodgers like they're his favorite team, which they probably are. Like, you can't be happy. Like, oh, look, the Dodgers are playing well. Let me be a Dodger fan. And then you're a Mets fan when they're one of the best teams in baseball in July. That doesn't work like that.
Big swing and a miss, and a ball went close to.
All right. So, Mets last licks 5, 6, 7. Vogelback, Marte, and Canna. Yeah, committee. That should be okay. Well, Mets don't rally in the night. It's all gonna come down to Jacob deGrom. Which let's be honest, guys. If it's probably fitting that the season comes down to Jacob deGrom, right? The whole story in the beginning of the season, he said he was opting out. Then he got hurt. Didn't pitch the first half. Came back in the second half. Pitched well early, struggled lately. And now it comes down for the season for the Mets of Jacob deGrom. I mean, you can't write a story better. You can't write a storyline better than that. Yeah, JD, I knew you were listening. I knew you were. That's why I said your name. I knew you were listening. But it's true, JD, right? You first came on this channel, you were claiming you're a Mets fan, and then the Dodgers faced the Mets, and then you claim you're a Dodger fan. I love you, JD, but come on. You can't roll like that. No, Dylan, I'll be at the game tomorrow, buddy. Sorry. I get to see possible disaster in person. Well, Ricky, if I know Scherzer, he's not going to say anything about that oblique. He's going to say, I missed my pitches. I left balls over the plate. He'll say that. I don't know what Buck or the front office is going to say about – because, look, there's no way you have a pitcher that has a 2.5 ERA in the season and all of a sudden he just lost it, or he's old all of a sudden. I don't believe that one bit. He didn't even pitch a full season, so he shouldn't be tired. He shouldn't be old. It just doesn't feel right. It's clearly something is bothering him, and Luis Garcia is in the game to close out the game. Game 1 of the wildcard series.
Here, Luis Garcia, Daniel Vogelback. Heavyweight matchup right here in the ninth, and Lodi swings
Popped
the
it
first
up.
one.
Should be one out.
Another
And it
high,
is.
lazy fly ball. There's been a lot of that early in the game. Yu Darvish was outstanding. He hit runners at third a few times. Alonso punched out.
Well, he can make you swing and miss, but he can also stay off the barrel in terms of contact management as well. He's really a magician tonight. You think about all the different
Jacob, I'm in 519.
all the weak contact that he produced.
Well, JD, again, you root for two teams. It doesn't matter where you're from. You're a fan of a team. It doesn't matter where you're from.
A lot off the barrels.
I know Met fans that lived in California their whole life. I know Dodger fans that lived in New York their whole entire life. I know Dodger fans that are in Florida their entire life.
Third, and you get out of it. Second inning, runner at third, and you get out of it. It's very easy to look at the homers and all that, but there are little things that lead to victories.
5'5", Aaron.
That was huge.
Not very tall.
What you have on the mound is an absolute stud.
Yeah, no, his ability to get out of it was huge.
And I'll tell you this, if you're a San Diego Padres fan,
Hey, listen, I was walking around the city, the Queens today, all over the place, doing errands. At work, I see people wearing Mets hats. They don't wear Mets hats all year. All of a sudden, they're wearing Mets hats. I see who these people are. You kidding me?
That's fact.
And you don't think I call them out? Shit. People who never talk baseball at work, all of a sudden talking about the Mets, like, get away from me. I don't want to hear that.
It's been really, really solid. Always a question, 3-game series, get up into how do you bounce back from a loss like this?
Ground ball, and it's an infield single for Marte. Marte's 2 for 4 and made a couple of good defensive plays. It is weak, Shane. I agree. And, you know, if you've been on this channel long enough, I get on Met fans that do the same thing. You know, the same ones that when the Mets are going well, they're all enjoying and talking shit to other fan bases. And then when they're losing, I can't stand it. I'm not watching this team. What's the point? You can't do that.
No chance after that.
All right, counter up, 1 out. Marte on first, 7-1 Padres. Last licked for the Mets.
29th appearance of the season, obviously first for postseason for the righty Garcia. 64 appearances out of the bullpen for San Diego, which led them 16.
Hey JD, if San Diego beats the Dodgers, all you have to do is root for the team a little bit more down south. You'll be good. You stick to California, right? Oh, wild pitch. Marte goes to second. Again, that's funny.
One thing you would assume that the manager of the team that's down, not Melvin, he doesn't have to change anything, and he's been pretty consistent with the lineup, etc. Is that maybe Marte to the 2-hole, given his ability to hit. But other than that, nothing significant. Do you see the 20-year-old? Do you see Alvarez against the lefty? Does he start?
I think that's going to start him. I think that's the reason why he's on the roster.
Hannah hits this one hard. Center fielder Richard going back and now ranging over to his left.
Hard hit balls right at people. And Marte goes to third. Last out for the Mets.
If you're a Padres fan again,
well, another man in scoring position. The Mets don't get their run in. They'll be 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position today.
Winner of this series.
Mr. X, I don't think that's true. I don't think they overachieved. I think they're not performing to what they have the entire year. It wasn't 3 months. They played well for almost every month of the year except for September. It's not overachieving if you do that the whole year, except for 1 month.
Possibly his opt-out, his contract, is that potentially the last game as a Met for DeGrom tomorrow night? A lot of things writing tomorrow night, just future of the Met season.
Well, Isaiah, Blake Snell's a sleeper because he's a lefty, and the Mets can't hit lefties. I don't care if it's Blake Snell or Joe Smo across the street. The Mets can't hit lefties.
1-0. That was 99. We had a nice couple last night at dinner. San Diego.
Yeah.
Wondering
Look at
why
all the
they're
warning
on
track
key out here.
of
Juan Soto and not
shots the Mets hit today. 4?
confused by that, given Yanni's been the MVP.
Get one 110.5 miles per hour off the bat. Left here in a hurry.
They are pushing each other this season a little bit. Certainly since he arrived, Machado has been so good all season long. Swing and a miss on the zone with some movement at 90.
Oh, yeah. One of them going to be in the lineup. I'm going to tell you right now, Buck's going to go with Ruff. He's going to go with the veteran. I'm telling you right now, he's going to. So don't be surprised.
Machado, one of the most beautiful right-handed swings, just aesthetically that you'll see anywhere.
One, two. It's outside. San Diego came in, got 2 in the first, 1 in the second, 4 runs in the fifth. Emma Stone is up. She is ready to celebrate a Padre win. Not so fast.
Just a whole 100 mile an hour.
Yeah, that's why I think Ruff's going in because he had good success against. Yeah. Is Emma Stone really a Padre fan, or is she just looking for California? Rooting for California?
Because of relievers like this.
But it was interesting, those strikeout numbers on the list that Scherzer was on, most of those guys are pitching at this time. They're modern-day pitchers as a result of the sort of swing and miss approach and going for it with the home runs and not caring about the strikeouts. That list is likely to be all.
Oh, Wardy's at the game? Oh, yeah, blame Wardy. Why not?
Josh Hader is out in the Padre bullpen. If you're wondering after the hat went on,
Oof. Ball 4. Mets stay alive. Jacob, I don't know him personally, but I know he has a channel. Again, I don't respect people that can't have a normal conversation about the same team, and he blocks me on Twitter. So.
Francisco Alvarez is coming to the plate.
Steal his content? No, I don't. I've done my content from scratch. I don't steal nothing from him. Then, if he was a real man, you should have a conversation with me and tell me what I stole. I don't get that. He's just mad because I'm a real Mets fan and he's just getting on board.
A lot of thunder in that bat from Alvarez to set the minor league world on fire with his power.
Again, real men don't block somebody on Twitter for no reason. I don't know what I did.
Buster, just as Hader gets loose, what if the Padres?
Yeah, can't cry over spilled milk.
When he came over, wasn't very effective, but he certainly has been recently. What they learned.
Yeah. If the Mets come back with 2 outs in the ninth with a 6-run deficit, that would be hilarious.
He is much more effective when he's resting. In other words, we saw him with Milwaukee becoming one of the best relievers in baseball. Often go more than 3 outs. Often pitch.
I copied him going to the game with the 7 line. I know Darren from day one who owns the 7 line.
And they make sure they get a rest between appearances.
How can he go to the 7 line outings when he's in bumfuck Pennsylvania? All right, Alvarez is up with 2 men on. Again, he wants to be a man. He wants to. He talks about me. I mean, come on. Let me ask him. Ask him. How many people does he know in the 7 line? When he lives in bumfuck Pennsylvania and goes to like 3 games a year at home. I travel around the country with the 7 line. All right. Yeah. Wow. He lives in Pennsylvania. He goes to a game in Philadelphia with the 7 line. Congratulations. I was there too. Did he go to LA? Did he go to California? Did he go to Florida? Colorado? No, I did.
Saying he didn't go. You just said that he did, but that certainly indicates he did go.
Okay, ask him. He's only been a Met fan for like 5 years. And the game is over. Mets lose 7-1. And the Mets are out of game 1 and now face an elimination for game 2. Jacob deGrom will be on the mound tomorrow. And we'll see if the Mets show up, right? Backs against the wall. They ain't nowhere else to go but forward, right? Or the Mets back against the wall, the wall can break. But what are you going to do? It is what it is. You can blame whoever you want. You want to blame Morty. You want to blame Scherzer. You want to blame Buck. You want to blame this guy. You want to blame that guy. What are you going to do? With that said, it was no contest. The Mets didn't show up pitching-wise. Didn't show up offensively. Everything. Yeah, I got work in like 2 hours, so... So with that said, guys, Mets lose 7-1 in a terrible performance all across the board. Again, Met fans are going to blame who they want to blame, but it's top to bottom today. And all you can say is deal with it, come out tomorrow, and play your ass off. If you don't, you're going to lose. Yeah, right. If everybody expects Alvarez to be great, it is what it is. And Alien, I got you on another one. Well, we'll see if DeGrom saves the day, right? He wants a big contract. It's probably the biggest game, one of the biggest games in his career. Pitching tomorrow. We'll see what he does. With that said, guys, Mets lose 7-1. Game 2 tomorrow, 7:30. I will be at the game, so no stream. I'll take pictures and put stuff on the channel and all that fun stuff. So I'll chat with you guys tomorrow. Again, everybody who gave a donation, I got your name there ready to go. So by Sunday or Monday, I'll do the giveaway and I'll let you know if you're the winner, and we'll go from there. With that said, everybody have a good night. Mets lose 7-1. He's going to run away from me. All right. So it is what it is. He has every opportunity to message me and comment, send me a message. No, he ran like a baby and blocked me. Whatever he wants to do, block me. But I have no problems with any other channel at all. And again, I mean, you want to talk about Mets history? I mean, he's been a Met fan for like 5 years. Like, you can't be a teenager and be a Met fan all of a sudden, or a baseball fan. It doesn't make sense. So with that said, 7-1, Mets lose, no performance at all. We'll see what they have tomorrow. Everybody have a good night. Let's go Mets. Elimination game tomorrow. We'll see what happens, guys. Have a good night.
Make it happen. Where there's a middleman, you'll find a Mets fan. Let's go. This is a Mets year for all your Mets here.